All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to City Hall here in the city of Hollywood. It's great to see so many members of Hollywood Police Department here, along with everyone, residents and staff that are here for our first meeting of 2026. I know it's hard to say Happy New Year still and kind of like still accept that, but hey, it's our first meeting of the year, so welcome everyone. We're already moving forward and back into, of course, a high gear here at City Hall. Before I ask you to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, I do want to, and the moment of silence, I do want to extend an opportunity to Vice Mayor Kaleri to take a point of privilege to speak about a friend that we all recently lost. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have had the privilege of knowing this individual since the beginning of my Commission World career, and she's made a definite impact not only on myself, but several of us sitting up here, as well as our community. So if you could please just bear with me as I was asked to put some words into paper. Karen Caputo. Some people pass through a place, and Karen Caputo natured it. She lived with a simple, beautiful intention: leave the place better than you found it. And she did so with care, grace, and an open heart. Her legacy across the city of Hollywood, especially within North Central community, is not only one of advocacy and achievement, but of love. Love for her neighbors, love for the land, and love for the city she fiercely protected. Karen believed that community is built through connections. Her passion for preserving green space was never rooted in ownership or recognition, but in stewardship. Through the founding of Friends of Hollywood, Inc., she sparked a grassroots effort to educate residents about the delicate balance of our ecosystem and the responsibility we all share to protect it. Because of her vision and perseverance, what was once Sunset Golf Course became Sunset Park. A living reminder that when we care deeply enough, we can shape spaces that belong to everyone. Her leadership was gentle yet resolute. Karen carried herself with a softness that disarmed and a knowledge that commanded respect. She spoke with intention, listened with patience, and led with compassion. Her words never needed repetition. They landed where they were meant to be. She blended perspectives, built bridges, and moved forward, always with class, always with heart. Karen's relationship across the city, the county, and the state were rooted in mutual respect and trust, earned over years of consistency and integrity. But beyond titles and partnerships, she gave something far more lasting. She gave her time, her wisdom, and her genuine care for others. Friends and colleagues will forever remember the long conversations, the thoughtful guidance, and the moments of laughter, sometimes paired with her well-known, lovely, delivered sass. To her daughter, may you find peace in knowing that your mother's love lives in the places she protected and the people that she inspired. To her friends, she will always be deeply missed. And to the residents of Hollywood, Karen Caputo stands as an example of what it means to show up, speak with a purpose, and love a community enough to fight for it. Karen may no longer walk among us, but her presence remains, rooted in green spaces, woven into our neighborhoods, and carried forward by those who believe, as she did, that caring deeply is the most powerful form of leadership. Because of her love, Hollywood is a better place, and because of her love, it always will be. Thank you.
Please rise for a moment of silence and think of Karen and her family, followed by the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Vice Mayor Kaleri, for that. And I see Patty here, and Karen Albertson, and Elaine, and Lynn Smith. I know you all were very close, of course, with Karen, as we all came to be, but you all especially with forming the Friends of Hollywood group. And so just our condolences to you as close friends. And we'll definitely find a way to honor her on Sunset as she ought to be. Thank you so much. All right, at this moment in time, we also take an important moment to recognize our veterans, active service personnel, and their families. So if you are a veteran of the U.S. Armed Forces or a family member thereof or active service, please rise. We'd love to recognize you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Gruber,
Here.
Commissioner Biederman,
Here.
Commissioner Cantana,
Here.
Commissioner Shuham,
Here.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Here.
Vice Mayor Kaleri,
Here.
Mayor Levy.
Here. Thank you. This time, we'll go on to our consent agenda. These are items 5 through 28 today. If there is a speaker card on any one of those items or a request from the dais to withdraw an item for discussion or to pull an item for discussion, I'm happy to do so. I do want to point out that the city manager has withdrawn item 16, as, by the way, is item 33 is withdrawn for some more work on that ordinance before it's brought forward. So again, consent agenda 5 through 28. Are there any speaker cards?
Motion to approve?
All right, we have a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda 5 through 28 minus withdrawn item 16. All those in favor, say aye.
Excuse me, Mayor, I didn't get a second.
Second.
Sorry. Second by Commissioner Hernandez. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, those items carry unanimously. 16 will come back to us, as will 33 at another day.
Okay.
All right, on to item 29. This is our proclamation. Happy to have folks here recognizing National Certified Registered Nurse Anesthetist Week, which is January 18th through the 24th. So everyone who's here, Vice Mayor Kaleri will be presenting the proclamation. I think we might have Dr. Lori Tolson from Barry, Dr. Tony Umade, Dr. Linda Wonder, and Dr. Lisa Ferrand, all from Barry University. Please come on up. Just the two of us. We can get together, you and I. All right. Whatever the words are, you know. It's just your hair and the song and just the two of us. It just All right, Vice Mayor Kaleri.
Again, sorry, everyone. Thank you, Mayor. Proclamation, the City of
I am
Hollywood.
under the weather today. Yeah.
In recognition of National Certified Registered Nurse Anesthetist Week, January 18th through January 24th, 2026. Whereas Certified Registered Nurse Anesthetists, CRNAs, are advanced practice registered nurses providing anesthesia care to patients in the United States for more than 150 years. CRNAs are among the nation's most trusted profession. And why is that? Because they put them to sleep and wake them up. And whereas legislation passed by Congress in 1986 made nurse anesthetist anesthesiologist the first nursing specialty to be accorded direct reimbursement rights by Medicare. And whereas CRNAs are the primary anesthesia providers in rural communities and continue to be the primary providers of anesthesia care to the United States military personnel. And whereas CRNAs practice in every setting in which anesthesia is delivered, traditional hospital surgical suites and obstetrical delivery rooms to critical access hospitals, from ambulatory surgical centers to the offices of dentists, podiatrists, ophthalmologists, pain management specialists, and more. And whereas CRNAs are qualified to make independent judgments regarding all aspects of anesthesia care based on their education, training, and licensure. CRNAs are trusted anesthesia experts on the front lines caring for patients safely and compassionately, delivering specialized, cost-effective care to all patients from newborns to seniors for every type of procedure in all types of facilities. And whereas CRNAs experience in critical care nursing, in addition to anesthesia care, provide the training and education to address unique healthcare challenges of some of our sickest patients, including veterans. Now, therefore, Josh Levy, Mayor of the City of Hollywood, Florida, and the Hollywood City Commission hereby proclaim January 18th through January 2026 as National Certified Registered Nurse Anesthetist Week.
All right. Great to have you guys, and great to see Barry now up and running at the new University Station site.
Yes.
Mayor Josh Levy and fellow nurse, Vice Mayor Larry and the Board of Commissioners, thank you so much for this opportunity and getting the proclamation. I'd like introduce you to one of our residents that also are work here in Hollywood.
Awesome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Taylor. I had the privilege of working at Memorial Regional Hospital for the last 2 years and then just started my studying at Barry University. We appreciate the University Station campus. It's beautiful, and we really do appreciate this proclamation that you've bestowed upon the CRNA this week.
You're wonderful.
Thank you, and on behalf of all the faculty and staff of Barry University, the CRNA faculty and staff, and all of us that are 75,000 CRNAs here in the country, we provide 58 million anesthetics in this country, and we also provide 80% of the anesthetics in rural areas. We thank you for this opportunity, and we love University Station. We're finally settled. All the boxes have been unpacked, and that's why we're specialized in anesthesia. We put them to sleep, and we wake them up, and also we take your pain away. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
you.
Doctor. Thank you. Let's take a photo.
Picture time.
Okay, one more with the cell phone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Let us know when you're accepting visitors, Dr. Umade. We'd love to come visit and see what the instruction feels like, looks like.
Please
Yeah,
come by and visit. We'd love to host you.
sure. Thank you. All right. Well, Chief Devlin, thank you for being here with everybody. We always love recognizing our police officers and, of course, for the Department Awards for August, September, and October. Here we are. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. Thank you once again, one more time, for letting me stand before you and share with you some of the incredible work that our officers do on a daily basis. Quite honestly, the hardest part about this is picking which officer and which incident we're going to highlight. So a special shout out to the awards committee and the hard work that they do. So thank you very much. We all know that these officers do not do this job for the awards or accolades, and it's always fun to me to watch them stand up here and become uncomfortable when their commendations are being read out loud. But I want to thank you for recognizing the importance it is for allowing me to share this with the community. So I think it's vitally important for our community to hear about the work that these officers are doing each and every night out there. So thank you for that. Today we're going to hear about a few of our members who took on some different leadership roles inside their units and whose actions directly resulted in the success of our city. We'll hear about several medical calls where the officers were first to arrive on scene, and their quick, decisive actions in these critical moments save lives. I am extremely proud of each and every officer being recognized here today, but also of every officer that serves and protects his community every single day and night. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, Assistant City Managers, and staff. I'm Deanna Betaneschi, Public Information Manager for the Hollywood Police Department. For the Officer of the Month for August, will Officer Ricardo Sampaulin and Officer Raymond Esquilin please come forward? Back in July, Officer Ray Esquilin was finishing up a detail at the beach when he realized there was an elderly man threatening to jump from a balcony. Officer Esquilin made his way up to the apartment and began trying to comfort the man in a time of crisis. Officer Sampaulin was also dispatched to assist. The man was not verbally responding to officers, so they made the tactical decision to pull him to safety. Their teamwork and ability to remain calm under pressure prevented a tragedy. In addition to receiving Officer of the Month, they are also receiving the Life Saving Award for August. Congratulations. We also have another Life Saving Award for August. Will Officer Raymond Barros Navarro please come forward? On August 5th, Officer Barros Navarro was flagged down by a local business employee at the beach for a woman who wasn't feeling well. The woman appeared confused and wasn't pronouncing her words correctly. Officer Barros Navarro immediately notified fire rescue. It was later found that she had a stroke. The head of the ER at Memorial Regional commended Officer Barros Navarro for his quick response. Congratulations. For the Employee of the Month for August, will Crime Scene Technician 1 Amy Zidell please come forward? The CSI unit recently acquired new equipment and was presented with new DNA requirements from BSO's lab. Without being prompted, Amy took the initiative to research the equipment, created a user guide, and shared it with her colleagues. Her initiatives went beyond her assigned responsibilities, and her problem-solving mindset contributes to the success of her unit. Congratulations. For our September Officer of the Month, will Officer Cameron Beckford please come forward? At the beginning of September, Officer Beckford conducted proactive patrols and initiated a traffic stop. The driver was noncompliant and attempted to put his vehicle in drive and accelerate. The suspect was removed from the vehicle and taken into custody. It was discovered the suspect was armed, and officers found multiple narcotics, including cocaine, meth, ecstasy pills, marijuana, and other controlled substances. Officer Beckford's proactive patrolling led to the arrest of the suspect, who had 49 prior felony charges and 9 felony convictions. Congratulations. For September, we have 2 Employees of the Month, Crime Intelligence Analyst Marianne Valenzuela and Crime Intelligence Analyst Amber Mitchell. Will you please come forward? In August, several property crimes and a robbery took place. In each case, the same individual was captured on surveillance committing the offenses. Amber and Marianne reviewed each case, determining a time frame and pattern of dates. They utilized the Ring app to gather multiple photos of the suspect. This proactive approach helped lead to the arrest of a serial burglar and brought closure to residents who had been victimized. Congratulations. Next, we have our October Officer of the Month. Will Officer Mark Robbins please come forward? On October 14th, Officer Robbins responded to a call of an infant who was discovered unconscious and not breathing. Officer Robbins immediately began CPR. Hollywood Fire Rescue arrived and transported the infant to Joe DiMaggio, where a pulse and breathing were found to be restored. This officer should be commended on his quick response and life-saving efforts. Congratulations. And if we can have all of the awardees please come back up for a group picture. Thank you.
And while you guys are coming up, wow, hearing these opportunities you had to apprehend a suspect or save a life is really, really heartwarming. And just on behalf of the City of Hollywood and all of our residents, thank you all so much. Really exceptional work. Thank you so much. Chief, I don't know, you taking everybody out to lunch now or what? That's great. Yeah. Yeah. Adam's paying attention to Tallahassee, so no. Maybe forfeiture funds if that's a permissible use of funds, right? More forfeitures, Chief. More forfeitures.
Things you shouldn't say out loud.
No, that's all within the law, of course.
Absolutely.
Yep, that's incentive. Incentive, yep, incentive to get them. All right, let's go on to our 115 times certain item. It's an ordinance of the City of Hollywood on second reading, advertised as a public hearing in conformance with state statutes and city codes. From Development Services, no changes since the first reading, I don't believe. So let's go ahead and invite Andrea. This is the ordinance of the City of Hollywood amending the city's adopted comprehensive plan by amending the land use element to create the commercial recreation land use category. Hi, Andrea. It's been a couple months.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners. Andrea Winget, Director of Development Services. This is kind of your second reading on this item. The commission considered this at first reading. We transmitted to the state. They had no comments. The commission passed this at second reading with no changes. When we transmitted to the state, it was outside of the 10-day requirement to get them the executed ordinance, even though we provided them with a unexecuted one beforehand, and there was no grace extended to us. So here we are today, asking for you to kind of reaffirm and approve this at a second reading, and we will have it executed immediately by you, Mayor, and sent out to the state within the timeframe.
All right, Vice Mayor Kaleri, is that a motion?
Motion to approve?
Commissioner Biederman has a second. Let's
Excuse me.
read the ordinance and call the roll call vote.
Can we have a public hearing because we're doing second reading over?
Okay, see you. We got to like rewind this whole meeting, right? Let's go ahead and open up the public hearing. Are there any speaker cards?
No cards.
All right, public hearing is now closed. We do have a motion on the floor, a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and read the ordinance, City Attorney, and we'll call the roll call vote.
An ordinance of the City of Hollywood, Florida, amending the city's adopted comprehensive plan by amending the land use element to create the commercial recreation land use category.
Commissioner Gruber,
Yes.
Commissioner Biederman,
Yes.
Commissioner Quintana,
Yes.
Commissioner Shuham,
Yes.
Mayor, Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaleri,
Yes.
Mayor Levy.
Yes. All right, let's show the ordinance passing unanimously on second reading. Thank you so much. I do have my pen in hand, Andrea, if you're ready. All right, let's go to item 32, ladies and gentlemen. I am feeling better, you see?
Thank God.
Yeah. Ordinance of the City of Hollywood amending the Title 7 of the Code of Ordinances entitled Traffic Code, regulating the operation of motorized scooters, micromobility devices, prohibiting the rental of motorized scooters and micromobility devices, and clarifying motorcycle operator permit requirements. This is an ordinance on first reading by the Police Department. Chief Devlin, welcome.
Good afternoon again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager. Yeah, this is a couple months back. We took a look at these ordinance and realized the way these devices, the motorized scooters and electric devices are changing. We needed to change the ordinance to enhance enforceability on it. So those are the changes that were made before you. So basically, this ordinance now mirrors the Florida state statute.
Vice Mayor Kaleri.
Thank you, Chief. I know there was a lot of work placed into this, and I appreciate it. Being that I am in that other role of my life, we do see an abundance amount of injuries and pedestrians hit by car, but we also have created a world where, the alternative ways of transportation, and this is one of them being. We did receive a letter this morning from a resident, Tom Lander. He did call me over the weekend. I explained to him that I did speak with you during our one-on-ones. And with regards to increasing awareness, PSAs, discussion was had regarding reflectors, something that we can promote as a city to do our part to promote safety. I also did reach out to the medical director, Dr. Katz, and I forwarded you some information just to show where we are as a city compared to all of our partner cities and level 1 trauma centers. And believe it or not, we're not the #1 city, which I was shocked to hear. So I sent that over. I can send it to everyone as well. And there will be some more information coming through. But just appreciate all your efforts that have been made. And also, if there is any way that we can reach out for a grant or something of that nature and reach into the schools to help provide and promote education on safety, whether it's reflectors, lights, so forth and so on. I think it would behoove us to do that more than we're already doing. That's all. And motion to approve. Thank you.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Kaleri, second from Commissioner Hernandez. Let's hear from Commissioner Shuham.
So I want to thank staff and HPD for the work on this. Originally, we had a complete scooter ban in the city, and clearly we have big issues with electric scooters, electric bikes, all sorts of things, as Vice Mayor Kaleri said. these vehicles are dangerous, especially to pedestrians. I mentioned to you yesterday, I read an article about San Francisco recently. The extra weight of these bikes, even at slow speeds, results in much, much more significant injuries because of the mass. And so we had gone back and forth a little bit, the city attorney, Vanessa, and when this came back, really the only restriction is the speed. So as I read this, we can have these scooters on sidewalks, we can have e-bikes on sidewalks, but they can't go more than 15 miles an hour. And I would ask that we table this just for a little bit more research, because when I look at Tampa, when I look at Miami, and I could be wrong, it looks like they are banning scooters and e-bikes on sidewalks. Now, on the state law on scooters seems to allow the cities to have a lot of discretion, and I understand the concern is the difference between state roads and city roads, but it looks like, unless maybe Vanessa has spoken to these other cities and already knows this, but it doesn't look like these cities are making those distinctions. I personally would much rather see somebody going 15 miles an hour in the street or in a bike lane than on a sidewalk, particularly in the downtown area, high traffic areas. So on the one hand, we want to make it simpler and easier for HPD to enforce, but on the other hand, I really don't want the law to allow a scooter to go 15 miles an hour on a downtown sidewalk. So my request is that we take a look, reach out to some of these other cities. I think Fort Myers is precluding them on sidewalks. And let's find out what is the max that we can do to keep pedestrians safe. My concern in our discussion yesterday was heavily about the Broadwalk, but as Vanessa pointed out, we've banned scooters completely on the Broadwalk, and that's enforceable. And bikes, Chief, as you had mentioned, you'd rather just rely on recklessness. The Broadwalk, as I understand it, is not a sidewalk, it's a right-of-way. But elsewhere in the city, if we can keep these motorized devices off of sidewalks, I would really love to see that. And so my request is that we do a little bit deeper dive and see what other cities are doing and if we can keep these vehicles off of our sidewalks. And I think actually I see somebody from the MPO here, and maybe, the MPO has some insight for us as well.
Let's go to Vice Mayor Kaleri.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. I don't think we need, I personally don't think we need to table it. We can add if need be in the future, but didn't we just expand on Taft Street, the sidewalk to 8 foot to allow bicycles, scooters, and walkers?
Multi-purpose.
Multi-purpose. So that would defeat its purpose. So I just, I'm not sure exactly how that would even, and maybe I'm wrong, but that was my understanding of why we made an 8 foot or 10 foot sidewalk was for multi-purpose because of transportation demands, taking cars off the road because people are using public service that we push so much in the city. So maybe you can clarify that. And I'm not, I may be completely wrong, but I think that sidewalk was made for that.
If I might add, I think what Commissioner Shuham is kind of pointing to is that, and let's remember, not all sidewalks are the same. Some are in very secluded residential neighborhoods where you have a child, you'd rather the child be on the sidewalk on their scooter, and they're not going to go 15 because a sidewalk doesn't really lend itself to going that fast. There's bumps and things. And so I think what you're really getting at is the pedestrian conflict with these devices. And of course, I think we can carve out and maybe treat in a future resolution or ordinance, whatever it need be, maybe specific sidewalks in and around downtown that are pedestrian heavy, to where if we decide we want to put the same level of non-motorized use as exists on the Broadwalk, maybe that's a more practical and feasible and appropriate regulation as opposed to painting all sidewalks with the same brush. Because I don't believe, like in the residential area personally, that, I wouldn't have a problem with a child being on their scooter on the sidewalk. I'd rather them be on the sidewalk than the road. And then there's conflicts with cars, so.
Yeah, Mayor, if I may. So what this ordinance does, and mirror in state statute, so if you are on a scooter or electric mobility device on a sidewalk, you have to yield to pedestrians. That's one. Two is, it is 15 miles an hour in the state statute, but because we're using this ordinance and can follow the state statute on a on a road, if someone is going too fast for those conditions, if downtown is packed and somebody's on a sidewalk going 5 miles an hour in and out too fast, the officers can enforce that without the speed. They can take that individual off the sidewalk and write them a ticket for going too fast for conditions or reckless or whatever. So once they're on a sidewalk, yes, it's 15 miles an hour, but they have to yield to pedestrians on a sidewalk just as a bicyclist would.
Good. Good.
All right, let's go. Continue with the queue. Commissioner Biederman.
So as I see this, it's not a matter of having something that we're not going to enforce 100% of the time, but it is just another tool in the toolbox for our police officers to be able to stop somebody if they're doing something inappropriate or wrong. Just like some of the other ordinances we have that we're not enforcing 100% of the time because it's just impossible to enforce everything 100% of the time, but it gives us the opportunity to be able to stop somebody from doing something that they shouldn't be doing. So I support this.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Hernandez, the seconder of the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I too rather have a 12-year-old or a 10-year-old on a scooter on the sidewalk than the street. Particularly if part of the ordinance is that they have to wear a helmet. So that's one of my main concerns. Also regarding the idea of having a program with reflectors in schools and what have you. Maybe we can reach out to the school board and see if the SROs can give some kind of educational classes or something when it comes to some of this mode of transportation, because our youngest generations are the ones that are using this the most, and that will be where we can be more effective. If the HPD can reach out to the school board, see if something like that can be done, that would be a great idea.
I appreciate that, and part of the amending this ordinance was to make this clearer for our officers, to remove the confusion that was out there before. So enforceability will be enhanced, yeah, my word on that, and the PSAs into the schools will be a clearer message. We'll get in there. So the lights and the reflectors, so we're all clear, they, per state statute, per our ordinance, have to follow every rule that a bicyclist has to have. So they have to have reflectors front and back. They have to have a light half hour before sunset and after sunrise. So all those rules still apply. Helmet for 16 and under, you need a helmet. Following all the traffic control devices out there, the rights of ways, all that thing. So that's what they have to do.
As we discussed, all of that is very important, but one of the most important is to follow the traffic laws, because I see them running stop signs as if they don't think it belongs to them, where they need to stop. And I think that's the biggest issue that they have. And after they run the stop sign, they give you a number one reaction because you kind of honk your horn or something. And that's just to try to bring safety to their attention. They don't think that that's anything that they have to do. So thank you. Thank you for bringing it up.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's go to Commissioner Quintana.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Chief. So one of the things that caught my eye in Tom Lander's email message was that idea that awareness, that campaign that you're about to entertain, the PSAs, can also be about awareness among motorists. I know that it's a really Pollyannish idea that we should encourage courtesy in our modern world, because so often motor vehicle drivers feel like anybody in their way should just get out of their way and behave that way when we're driving. So I think that the message is not just for your scooter drivers, but also those of us who drive and everybody's in a hurry. But there's just an awful lot of not considering the fact that we have to share space, public space, with other people. And so if that can be emphasized as well in your PSAs, I think it's a really important message to say, beyond the law, let's just exercise common courtesy.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more.
Commissioner Shuham? Hold on. Commissioner Shuham, then Claire.
So I think what I would ask support for, if we pass this today, that we do go back and look at very congested downtown areas, because we are just asking for trouble if we just don't allow them in the downtown area. So do I have support for staff to take a look at what's being done in other cities in congested areas with respect to motorized scooters going forward?
On the sidewalks?
Yeah, on sidewalks. And we don't have to make a decision on it, but just come to us with what other cities are doing.
Sure, I support that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, happy to
Okay.
see it.
Okay. I think I would like to see that, just in my quick research, because it was only since yesterday. It seems like there are several cities that, and I understand the simplicity, the idea of simplicity and enforcement, but, I see it all the time, even though it's not permitted on the Broadwalk, and I see it downtown too during very busy times, and it's just, an accident waiting to happen. So if we move forward today and there's a carve-out that should be considered, I would really like to see how other Florida cities are handling it. So that works. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a Commissioner Clary.
So in addition to that, even though I don't mind getting the information, I think the chief clarified it, they have the liberty to do it. I just think it's really hard to implement those laws sometimes, but they have the liberty to pull somebody aside, like he stated. But I don't mind, finding out the information. But what I was going to suggest is, since the MPO is here, perhaps, since we have a member on the MPO and, you hear us loud and clear, PSA messages throughout the county would be super important, because it's not just the city of Hollywood that's dealing with this, it's the entire county. And we stress, mobility options and trying to use multi-transit. This might be a great opportunity for the MPO to do PSA notifications as well for safety, courtesy, and such. That's the only thing I wanted to add. Thank you.
Well, I'll just close it out by saying, obviously, we're talking about different modes of using a sidewalk, whether it's an electric scooter, a bicycle, some other electric-powered device, or someone walking. Sometimes there's conflict there. We can either divide the walkway into a separate bike lane and a sidewalk, sort of like the Broadwalk is. Sometimes sometimes there's shared use paths, like we just built with the MPO, and then there's traditional sidewalk, which state law says, hey, these other, non-vehicular kind of devices can be used there as well, in the best interest of public safety and just, the space we have. So, Chief, I just think that, just in my view, what I would look for is, if in certain sidewalks, specifically in the core of downtown, you all believe that there ought to be signage and perhaps an implementing resolution or ordinance allowing for such, if for public safety purposes, like there shouldn't be bicycles and scooters sharing the sometimes tight, even though it's expanded, but sometimes tight sidewalk of downtown Hollywood, the 2 blocks, or beyond that onto Harrison Street. I'd like to know what your recommendation is when you do come back and analyze what other cities are doing. But let's focus on, our specific areas, and if you recommend any particular sidewalk or two that might qualify as one that ought to be regulated, similar to how we're doing the Broadwalk or what have you.
Yeah, no, message received. We'll take a look at it, but our understanding of it today is that the city ordinance can be more restrictive on city streets, not on state or county roads. We have no jurisdiction to enforce the city ordinance more stricter than the state statute. So, but again,
Just the downtown sidewalks there will probably under city control. You can tell us.
take a look at it. But again, I'll reiterate that even today, and yeah, we may see it, and unfortunately, people do it, but it is illegal. They do have to yield to pedestrians. So if it's a crowded sidewalk, you can't be riding your bike in and out of people up there.
I got you. All right. Well, look forward. We have a motion and a second on this ordinance at first reading. City Attorney, let's please read the ordinance, and then we'll call a roll call vote.
An ordinance of the City of Hollywood, Florida, amending Title VII of the Code of Ordinances entitled Traffic Code, regulating the operation of motorized scooters and micromobility devices, prohibiting the rental of motorized scooters and micromobility devices, and clarifying motorcycle operator permit requirements, providing for a severability clause and a repealer provision.
Commissioner Gruber,
Yes.
Commissioner Biederman,
Yes.
Commissioner Quintana,
Yes.
Commissioner Shuham,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Caleri,
Yes.
Mayor Levy.
Yes. All right, let's show the ordinance passing unanimously on first reading. Thank you, HPD. All right. Pat, I'm assuming there were no speaker cards on that. I don't know if I asked. But if there was, you would have told me, right? All right. Let's go to item 34 then. Resolution of the City Commission authorizing the city to execute a supplemental grant participation and reimbursement agreement with Brightline Trains Florida LLC for the implementation of the Railroad Crossing Elimination Grant Program, Broward County Sealed Corridor Improvements at Garfield Street crossing of the Florida East Coast Railway. Andrea, that was a mouthful.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners. Andrea Winget, Director of Development Services. The next 3 items on your agenda, Mayor, item 34, 35, and 36, are all related to the railroad through the City of Hollywood. The item that you are considering right now is more or less a cleanup item for the railroad crossing elimination program known as RCEP that the city chose to participate in. And previously over the summer, the city decided that with regards to Garfield Street, we were going to leave that crossing open and put in quad gates. And while we were finalizing the agreement, the attorneys decided that there needed to be some additional cleanup language, some additional ratification in there. The terms, the conditions, everything within the agreement stays the same. This was just some cleanup language decided on by the attorneys involved. So we kindly ask that the commission reapprove this item or the agreement. Work is underway from the MPO in order for the design and construction to take place. The city has also engaged in an additional firm who is looking at the additional safety improvements that the city is responsible for, and I hope to have an update for you on where that is, hopefully a very preliminary update next month.
We have a motion to approve by Vice Mayor Coleri, a second by Commissioner Gruber to approve item 34. Are there any speaker cards? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the item carries unanimously. Item 35, as Andrea mentioned, is somewhat of a companion resolution. This is for the one authorizing the city to issue the blanket purchase agreement with FEC for the railroad crossing maintenance and associated signal maintenance at various Florida East Coast crossings in an amount not to exceed $4 million over a 5-year term. In accordance with our procurement code. Andrea?
Correct. So the FEC sends the city an estimated bill of what they anticipate their costs to be in order to do maintenance on the rails and the signals associated with each of the 9 crossings that the city has. They do that in order for us to be able to properly budget. They do the work, and then they send us the final bill. So this it has previously been paid using what the city refers to as a DPV, and we're trying to transition away from that. And so we're asking for your permission to establish a blanket purchase order up to that amount, and then every year we will go ahead and budget that. We've done our best to estimate this just over past expenses that they have billed us for, and traditionally it does come in a little bit under that, but we wanted to seek your approval for that higher amount so we wouldn't have to come back.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Coleri, second from Commissioner Shuham to approve item 35. Are there any speaker cards on 35?
No cards.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the item carries unanimously. On to item 36. This is the resolution authorizing the execution of a letter agreement between the city and Florida East Coast Railway and Brightline Trains, modifying the existing crossing agreements for the Garfield Street, Johnson Street, Washington Street crossings, participating in the Broward County Sealed Corridor project funded through the Federal Railroad Crossing Elimination Program grant that is administered by the Broward MPO. Andrea?
Correct, Mayor. So because the city is participating in the RCEP program, and we have decided to leave Garfield Street open, we, the city, are now responsible for the full cost and maintenance. We, the city, are responsible for the full cost and maintenance of all of our crossings, with the exception of Garfield Street. It was at 50%. We are now going to take that on as at 100% cost, so it's consistent with all of the other crossings.
Thank you, Andrea. Are there any speaker cards on 36?
No cards.
Andrea, just to, while we're still open on this item and talking about Garfield Street and the expense, I remember that we had entered into a 1-year time period to kind of take a look at Broward County with regards to the Quad Gate program. Where's that?
We did enter into a 1-year agreement, and then we came back over the summer and did the supplemental agreement where we committed to doing the quad gate, and then the city would pay for the difference in the cost for the quad gate, which was about $300,000.
Okay.
And before those gates could go into operation, the city had to do the necessary safety improvements. So that's what we're hoping to have an update for you on, a very early update next month.
All right. Sounds like a good result. No speaker cards on item 36. All those in favor, do we have a motion in a second?
Excuse me, Mayor, I don't have a motion.
All right, let's take a motion.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Biederman, second from Vice Mayor Coleri. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. That's item 36 passing unanimously. All right, I see folks from Waste Pro here. Item 37 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the city to execute an amendment to the agreement with Waste Pro of Florida for solid waste collection, recyclables collection, and yard and bulk waste collection services, and to authorize a rate adjustment to the city's cost from $25.18 to $26.06 per single-family residence per month. This is for the Department of Public Works, and we're happy to have Mr. Kroll, the Director of Public Works, here with us. Mr. Kroll.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, the item before you this afternoon for consideration to approve is an amendment to the Waste Pro contract for the city's collection of waste. I have a slight presentation to highlight some of the amendments, and also Waste Pro representatives is in the audience to answer any questions you may have. So a little background on this. The existing contract was approved in 2019, was for 10 years. It expires in 2029. Just to be clear, none of the pickup schedules, all that stays the same. So that wasn't addressed in this also. Everything's going to stay the same with that. Cart provisions. One of the amendments proposing here is that the current contract has Waste Pro supplying 10,000 carts for the 10-year period. We exhausted those 10,000 carts in the first 3 years. And the city was going ahead and purchasing for the following 3 years. In the proposed amendment, Waste Pro will provide 2,700 new carts every year to the end of the contract, as well as 300 lids for both recycling and for trash so that we can repair. Also in the amendment is utilizing the rear rig cart, which is a cart that has a 10-year warranty on it, and it's very sturdy, so we're going to get longevity out of the cart. Waste Pro will deliver the carts, and the city will repair the carts. The delivery of the carts, though, are at the direction of the city. So just to show you, the Waste Pro has dedicated a truck to deliver the carts. And then the city, we have our own repair cart now. You can see in the bottom rear corner panel is a QR code, which people can use their phone. It brings you to our webpage. It gives you the schedule, and you can also ask for repairs or new carts. So it's something new that we're doing, and the truck's been out for a couple months, and people are using it. So. Okay, so liquidated damages is the next changes. The only thing we're doing here is the actual term liquidated damages. We're changing it to cost recovery, or proposing to change it to cost recovery fee. The city still expects Waste Pro to deliver high quality service. And if high quality service is not delivered, there's a fine and fee schedule that's in place for that. And just to add into this a little bit, during the one-on-ones, we were asked to do some research with other cities that utilize Waste Pro as their vendor, and we did, and we're all pretty comparable of our fee schedules, and everybody has a different name for the fees, so there wasn't one that had the same, so we're pretty comfortable with cost recovery fee. CPI adjustment. So in the current contract, there was a 3% CPI every year that the commission could approve, and it was capped at 3%. It was proposed to go to 4% this year, and so we decided to split the difference and make it 3.5%. What that does is it raises up the per house per charge from $25.18 to $26.06 a month times 12. So. And just to be clear with this as well, this is the fee that we're being charged from Waste Pro to collect the waste. So I just wanted to give you a snapshot, since there hasn't been a CIP approved by the commission for 3 years. So I just wanted to show what it would have been if we presented to a commission for a 3% cap. And 23 would have been $25.94 per house, and 24 would have been $26.72 a house, and 25 would have been $27.52 house charge. So with the 3.5% that we're recommending, it brings it to 2606, just to give you a little comparison of where we are and where it would have been. In the current contract, it has collection and disposal both with Waste Pro. In this amendment, it's just a collection fee. We are paying for our disposal to our sites direct. It gives us a little better opportunity to control where we're at and to audit and to make sure that everything is up and up. And then our termination agreement with, if the city wants to terminate the contract, it's a 45-day written notice. If Waste Pro wants to terminate the contract, it's giving us 6 months notice in writing. And then one more thing that I forgot that I didn't have up there too, they've also dedicated another piece of equipment, a grapple truck that works with code on a daily basis, picking up the illegal dumps. And so we're getting, real-time pickups instead of letting us sit there for a while. So that's something that we've been utilizing for the last several months, and things have been getting a little cleaner. So that's it.
Thank you, Joseph. Let's go to Commissioner Shuham.
So first, I want to express appreciation to Waste Pro. I think with you, Joseph, stepping into this role, and Tony, and your new staff, forgive me. Sharon. It's night and day to where it was several years ago, and that's really thanks to Waste Pro stepping up and working closely with you to get us here. The one thing that came up during my one-on-one that you didn't mention, or at least I missed it, was the $20,000 cap on, wasn't there a $20,000 monthly cap on penalties? Or, oh, okay, never mind. That was it. I thought that was in what we discussed, maybe with, you weren't there yesterday, but Joanne, wasn't that something we discussed at the one-on-ones, that where there was a $20,000 monthly cap on these recoverable fees?
No, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioner. It wasn't a cap. It was the liquidated cost recovery fee has increased prior to the current contract. So right now, the cost recovery fees, they have a certain numbers or limitations. So it's not a cap at 20,000. It could go over 20,000 if necessary.
What was the 20,000?
Up to the amount, and Joseph could correct me on that one.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I mean, there was nothing.
Maybe the city attorney has the document.
There is a cost recovery fee that mentions $20,000 per month in, let's see, this is page 13, for valid and uncured missed pickups and other legitimate service complaints from residential customers. Is that what you're
Yes.
referencing? Okay.
Exactly. So is it a not to exceed of $20,000 per month? And what is that? In other words, if there's a unit price for failure to pick up, and they do it,
City attorney, what does the agreement say with regards to that 20,000? Is it a cap on the formerly known as liquidated damages?
It could be considered a cap because it is only, it only allows for $20,000 per month in regards to more than 1,250 of these missed pickups per month.
so that's my concern. In light of the performance that we're seeing now, we should never, ever, ever get close to this. And I appreciate that. But at the same time, I'm not sure why it's there. So that's my only concern. If I'm misunderstanding what it said, but if there's hundreds of missed pickups, I don't think it should be capped. And so with that understanding that there's no cap on this cost recovery, I would make a motion to approve, subject to that understanding.
All right, we have a motion. Can I have a second, please? All right, let's hold the motion then. Lack of second right now, and let's continue discussion. Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the only thing that I want to bring up for us to make an informed decision is currently it's pickup and disposal of the garbage. So if that truck goes into another city and continues to pick up when they dispose, it doesn't bother us whether the garbage belongs to the city of Hollywood or somebody else. My issue is being able to track that the garbage that is being tipped, it's only being picked up in the city of Hollywood. Right now, it doesn't matter to us if it gets picked up in Hollywood or if it gets picked up another city, if it's the same truck. For whatever reason, if the truck is not completely full, they continue to travel past the city of Hollywood boundaries and pick up in the nearby city. When they tip it, they're the one paying for it. So it doesn't matter if it came from us or any other city. If the way it's being changed, I'm sorry?
My understanding is even though they're paying it, they're billing it to us. So I think that my understanding is if we pay it, we have more control over where that money is, where that garbage is coming from, as opposed to them tipping it and charging us for it. Because I had that question.
Okay.
You want to clarify that, Joseph?
Yeah.
Yes, so before what was happening, it was hard to match the tipping numbers with the trucks. So by doing it this way, every truck that works for the city has a number, and every number now is at the disposal sites. So as they come in, the number is recorded, it's weighed, and then we're getting charged that fee.
And then maybe we can have Waste Pro come up and answer the commissioner's question with regards to the commingling of more than one customer, if that's the case.
Thank you, Ken.
And just
good
to
afternoon,
clarify,
everybody.
just to clarify real quick, I had the concern because at one time, I'm not saying it's
I
still
remember that,
happening.
yeah.
There was a truck picking up commercial in the same truck that's picking up residential. So we were paying the tipping fee on their private customers.
I remember that, and that's the reason I brought it up, so that we all make an informed decision. That's all.
All right, so
Passed, just to be clear.
I know.
let me just clear up the flow control, basically, was what we're talking about. So the city currently and has always been paying for the residential solid waste bill coming from the residential homes. The commercial businesses, like Waste Pro and Waste Management and all the other commercial haulers, they pay the bill themselves. So those two things are not one and the same. Secondly, the city currently has an agreement with Waste Connections for the solid waste. They will not allow any Waste Pro truck that is not assigned to Hollywood to go dump there. So that there's internal controls that are happening currently. What's different now is the disposal component, which is on the yard waste and bulk. On the old agreement, we were paying and then billing you for those volumes. Now, the city is going to be taking those volumes. So from that perspective, every single one of those bulk trucks are assigned for the city of Hollywood. You have Waste Pro bulk trucks that are assigned for the city of Hollywood. So there's no commingling of that type of volume because we're in 2026 and the facilities are advanced enough to know that that truck cannot dump under this municipal flow because it's not part of this contract. So there's no commingling of that. And then at the other day, so let's just say, for example, hypothetically speaking, one of my Hollywood truck goes to Miramar, picks up and goes dump, right? Hollywood would never get charged that garbage because Waste Pro does. Because Waste Pro pays the garbage bills in different cities. So it's always a concern. And the other mechanism in place is that when we dump, we provide you with the disposal tickets that have a unique number to that ticket, to that load, and the time and all that. So there's a lot of mechanisms in place to control that.
You just verified what my concern is. If you go to another city where you actually pay the bill.
Right.
And you pay the bill and you go and dump it.
Yeah.
There's room for error if that truck is assigned to multiple cities, because whenever they go into the tipping, they can either charge it to Hollywood or they can charge it to Miramar. If it's Miramar, it's you. If it's Hollywood, we pay for it. But if that truck actually it's assigned not only to the city of Hollywood, but to multiple cities, which in business you have to do that, how do we know that when he's dumping, he's actually dumping the stuff from the city of Hollywood and not the one from Miramar where it would affect you otherwise?
Because they have two different locations. Miramar dumps at the FCC facility at South Broward, and Hollywood's garbage currently goes to Waste Connection. So those two facilities, there will never be a time where a Hollywood truck will go to the burn, at least not in today's environment, that will go to the burn center and they say, this is Hollywood, that they will allow them to dump in there.
No, would there be the time where a Miramar truck actually goes to Waste Connection? Is that?
They get thrown out. That happens, number one, because our trucks in Miramar are completely different than Hollywood, just the actual truck. One is automated. Most of the trucks in Hollywood are multi. But there's a lot of, and remember, we're not the only company dumping in these facilities. So there's a mechanism in place. But I think most importantly is you have a process internally by staff that follows every single load that we declare that comes from the city by ticket number to that granular level.
No, I get the ticket number, but I'm talking about routes. Because I want to make sure that we don't pay for somebody else's garbage.
No, that's not happening.
Guys, comfortable? Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second to approve the item. Let's go to Commissioner Clary. I see you in the queue.
I'm good.
Good. Commissioner Quintana?
As long as Ken is up there, I thought maybe he could clarify the thing about the 20,000 pounds per month, or one of you.
Could I interject briefly? Yeah. I just wanted to let everyone know that this is the same from the agreement that as it was originally signed. This is not a change to the agreement or an amendment, this $20,000 figure that we're discussing. So I just want to make that clear that this was not a change that happened here.
Okay. That's good for me.
Yeah, I was just going to say that on top of, if you go to B, what we added to there is the reimbursement of cost to the city if they have a third-party contract or if it costs more. So we gave ourselves a little bit extra, because normally it's $100 per miss. So if you're going to have 2,000 misses, it'd be the $20,000 from what it was before. We just added that if it was more than that, we have the right to get the full reimbursement from them if it's more than that.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the item carries unanimously. Ken, I'd love to give you an opportunity just after we've completed the item. If you'd like to just say a few words on behalf of Waste Pro and yourself.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, City Manager, Attorney, and City staff. We've been a proud server of the City of Hollywood since 2009. And then in 2019, the city did a full procurement process, and we were the sole proposer at the time. And then we entered into really good faith negotiations to not only start a new contract, but to modernize and stabilize the service for long term. Then 2020 hit. The industry fundamentally changed, because remember, this was in 2019 when we got this. And volumes grew sharply, set-outs grew, labor availability was shifted overnight, operation conditions became more complex, more expensive, and those impacts were felt daily in the field. Despite all those challenges, we adapted routes, equipment, staffing models, and service methods in real time. While no system is ever perfect, we never stepped away from our responsibility to the city. We continue to show up, collect, respond, and invest. I really, really want to thank the City Manager Keller and the city staff for allowing this process to move forward thoroughly and deliberately. This amendment was not quick, and it should have never been quick. It required analysis, discussion, and a shared understanding of how the industry has changed and what the city expects moving forward. We also are very grateful to the Hollywood community at large. The service touches households and businesses often without notice until something goes wrong. The community's patience, they were patient. Their feedback and their engagement over the years have helped shape us, serve, and deliver today. We take that responsibility seriously and do not view it as transactional. This amendment reflects our commitment to continuous improvement, even when things appear to be working. We believe that there's always room to improvement for service and accountability, transparency, and responsiveness. This mindset has guided our work in Hollywood for almost 15 years, and it will continue to guide us moving forward. And deeply from personal touch, thank you so much for the patience and the discussions over the years, and I'm looking forward to whenever this thing ends. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, appreciate it. We count on you guys. Waste Pro, thank you so much for the service. Please thank the drivers, and let's keep doing better and better every day. Thank you so much. You're free to go if you like. Let's go to Vice Mayor Clary wants to say something before you leave.
I just want to commend Waste Pro. I know we have had our challenges through the years. I've been here 14 years, and I remember when we first started, District 3, I think, had the most complaints compared to, second was District 1. And now I have to say the complaints are very minimal. And actually, I hear a lot of commendment, of thank you for your job doing, that you make the exceptions and you go above and beyond. So we've come a long way, boys. Thank you very much. Let's continue that.
Thank you. All right. All right, let's get to item 38 then. Resolution of the City Commission authorizing the city to apply for, and if awarded, accept the 2026 through 29 Children's Services Council of Broward County Maximizing Out of School Time Grant to conduct youth and after-school and summer camp programs in approximate amount of $1 million, authorizing the required 5% matching funds to be paid from in-kind staff salaries, et cetera, and amending the fiscal year 26 adopted operating budget with so. This is an item from Parks and Rec. Do we have any speaker items on 38?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion for Commissioner Coleri and a second from Commissioner, let's give it to Commissioner Quintana. She's all about the Children's Services Council. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes unanimously. While Parks and Rec or whoever in staff is, when we're all here talking about youth programming in the summer, I do want to make sure, City Manager, that someone from staff reaches out in the weeks ahead to Career Source Broward. They have an opportunity to employ youth and teen. It's a teen and youth summer program, employment program, and a lot of cities around the county participate. And we're able to allocate some funds to get our youth employed in Hollywood for a summer program. And so I just want to connect a little earlier this year if we could. All right, item 39 then is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the city to approve and execute the contract for consulting professional services with Miller Legg and Associates to provide architectural and engineering services for the Sunset Park Master Plan Implementation Project in an amount up to $2.4 million and change. Let's give a round of applause just for the fact that it's here. And maybe it's fate that we're talking about it here on the day that we recognized and remembered Karen.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Alex Iglesias, Deputy Director of the Design and Construction Management Department. We're here to talk about, like you said, Sunset Park Professional Services Agreement with Miller Legg. And their Sunset Park is located at 2727 Johnson Street. We're asking for your approval in authorizing us to execute the professional services agreement with Miller Legg to provide architectural and engineering services for the Sunset Park Master Plan Implementation Project in an amount up to $2,493,230. This is the approved conceptual plan that was created after several public meetings and approved via resolution back in 2024 for the 45-acre lot. Thanks to the hard work of Adam and Tamara, we've been awarded a $7.5 million grant. Yeah. And we have two more in the works that have been recently applied for, so we're waiting to hear back from those. And their names are listed there: Land Water Conservation Fund Program Grant and the Cultural Facilities Grant. Miller Legg is the consultant that was awarded back in April of 2025. Their proposal includes several sub-consultants under them, including the soil remediation or environmental engineering consultant, the geotech, the architect, mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineers, structural engineers, traffic, grant services, consultant, surveyors, among some others as well. Here's a breakdown of the agreement fees, which you can see is comprised of all the design phases and construction phase, including an allowance. And we've allocated an amount there just in case we need for future for grant management in the future or environmental funding assessments, soil remediation, anything of that kind. The timeline there is about 2 years between design and permitting and 2 years for construction for a total of 4 years. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you so much. We do have a speaker card. Let's go ahead and invite Mr. Michael Seltzer to speak on item 39. Michael, you've always been creative in sharing ideas, so let's see what you have to say on this design. And if we could put the slide back up that shows the park.
You don't have to put up the design. I don't know anything about it.
I wanted to see it and keep it up there anyway because I love it.
Okay. So I was reading in one of my periodicals, and I think I sent you and Carol an email about something that happened in Polk County, where the county built a blue lagoon. I'm not sure if anybody knows what a blue lagoon. There's one at Solomia, and there's several throughout Florida. And not knowing anything about this, because I don't know anything, I thought it would be a great idea on this property to build a blue lagoon for, not for the adults so much, but for the kids to have somewhere to go and not having to go to the ocean and just to have a good time. And some of these places have paddle boats and all this other stuff and barbecues and maybe a restaurant. And I thought it would be a nice idea also to get a developer to buy the land, pay for that, put up 300 or 400 affordable units that could be used for the people that work in the city, and or be rented to the people that work in the city. I'm working on a project in Aventura where the developer has to provide housing at a certain level for the firemen, the teachers, whoever works in the city. So instead of building one of these parks, and I don't know if it's necessary or not for water or for whatever, I thought it could be a terrific thing for the city, for the kids, for the people that work here, and so on and so forth.
Well,
That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Seltzer. I knew you'd have something creative to say. See, not even knowing what you were going to come to say. All right, Commissioner Clary, let's call on you.
Just a little bit, thank you. We always recommend or we encourage solutions or ideas, and then, from that we migrate into productivity. But that park is a designated passive park, stormwater retention to help preserve the neighborhood. So while those are great ideas, we'll have to find somewhere else to place those recommendations. But thank you for the input. And it's very exciting to see this coming to fruition. It makes me upset it's going to take so long, 4 years down the pipeline, before any type of movement is happening. But in government, this is what happens. Everything is like molasses, very slow and easy. But I'm glad to see that we're actually moving forward with it. So thank you very much.
Patty, you can stay up. Why don't you go ahead and, since you filled out a card, just go ahead and speak now.
Hello, everyone. This is probably the longest thing that's ever happened in my life. At a North Central Civic Association meeting, the family of the property owner told us that the lease had been sold to the golf course. I think this was 2014 or 2015. And we started an ad hoc committee out of that And that became the motto, Save Sunset, No Development. Many, many people helped that. But I'm more pleased than ever to see that Miller Lake is taking this project on. Karen Caputo and I sat on the evaluation committee, and we felt this was the best company to do this because they know what they're doing. They've done this before. And so impressed with the architect that she's the one who also did the armory. So she understands us and feels us and knows us. But this is just, you know, I know that government works very, 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 very slow. And I'm still here, and I hope to see it fruition. And my dear friend Karen Caputo will be proud that this is coming forward because we fought every developer there could be to want to put this, and it was a private property, and we just needed to keep it an open space, and more importantly, for water retention. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Definitely a lot of history here, and thankful that we acquired the property and under the 2019 bond and the voters chosen. And as we've always repeated, this is the largest purchase of vacant green space in the city's history. Will be the largest city park when it's complete. Second only, well, we've got more than one large county park. TY Park, which by the way has, Mr. Seltzer, a big lagoon just on Sheridan Street. And of course, we have the Westlake and Hollywood North Beach as well, and Colton Nature Center. So certainly lots of large parks in the city, but this will be our largest city park when it's complete. Let's go to Commissioner Quintana.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, this is what I'm always saying, like context and history is so important. And I'm always kind of wanting to know what were the circumstances at the time, because it really does affect the decisions that we all make, right? So this particular project has so much history, as you all have said, and the many, many years of work and sacrifice that our residents have put into making this a reality. It's like such an emotional story for so many Hollywood residents. This is going to be an amazing project. $30 million is what the final plan will cost. So worthwhile, so needed for this particular part of the city, like Patty said, especially for the drainage, the practical aspect of it. This, along with Orange Brook, they kind of came up together, right? The residents were very much involved in what those two projects would look like. And $30 million for Sunset, $24 million was what was raised for the Orange Brook development from the general obligation bond. The city then decided that it would pursue the P3 option with the current developer who will now be developing Orange Brook, different than what the general obligation bond was able to raise funds for. From the $24 million that were raised for Orange Brook, we have been able then, because the private partner is going to fund that, we have been able then to use the funds from Orange Brook to offset overruns and costs for other parks projects, to the point where now what's left for Orange Brook is $5 million in that fund from the $24 million that was originally allocated for it. I am concerned because I am very much hearing all the reassurances about we have a great partner in building Orange Brook. They're very committed. I've heard it. But I'm just concerned because it's not done yet, and things can change, conditions can change, and I'm concerned that all we have is $5 million. And the $2 million, Adam, help me out with the exact numbers, please, that we're using for the Miller Leg. Please help me.
So prior to the budget amendment, which was on today's agenda, there was $7.2 million left. And with the budget amendment, we moved $2.2 million to this project for the design. We had some dollars set aside for design, roughly about $300,000. So that's why we needed $2.2 million more. So that has gone to this project, which, to your point, leaves about $5 million left in the GOB Orange Brook
Right.
dollars.
So $5 million, colleagues, I mean, obviously, the 24 million even that was originally raised by the GOB wouldn't be enough today to bring Orange Brook up to any kind of usable form. But what I realized, the $5 million wouldn't help. But I just am wanting some kind of reassurance, because please understand me, it's that if something happens, and in the end, the people who fought so hard to make Orange Brook happen are going to look at me. It didn't happen, Idelma. We didn't get the P3, and we didn't get the general obligation month. And so I feel an obligation to at least speak up on their behalf. That I talked about it with Adam, and he had a suggestion. So I'm asking your support to the idea of taking the $2 million that we're putting forth now, and at least setting aside in case we need it as a contingency fund for Orange Brook. So I'm asking if you would support that idea.
Say, I can understand your concern that, what if the worst case scenario happened and the P3 didn't proceed with, improving Orange Brook to where we was part of it. Let's keep in mind that the dollars that were used to complete the Hollywood Beach Golf Course and the other parks projects that were quicker in the queue, so to speak, those would have been dollars we would have to take from elsewhere anyway. So whether it was, the parks portion of the GOB or the general fund or borrowing money, because Orange Brook wasn't ready and isn't ready to for that investment anyway, then I don't want to just sequester dollars that could be used to move forward with, the needs of parks in Hollywood. And if the circumstance ever came to be where we need to look for different financing for Orange Brook, then obviously I'm committed to seeing that project through. But I don't think we should have dollars just sitting out there waiting if worst case scenario happens, sitting there waiting 5 years, 3 years, whatever, when we could be utilizing those dollars because the residents are already paying for those dollars. But if the circumstance came to be where we needed, 25 million or 40 million, we would have to find the way to do it, but not hold money that right now is usable for improvements that are needed today, is my perspective, George.
And if I may, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, and I do understand the concern, Commissioner, that obviously a big project that still has a long ways to go, but we're all committed to making it happen. The $2 million that Adam was making reference to was, a fund balance availability that typically each year when we close out the prior year, there's something, if we've done our job well, on the positive side. So that experience will continue going into the future, and whether it be that source or another, if we need more dollars to bring to that cause to make that project happen and complete, you will have that at your disposal to do that. I would say instead of tying that up right now when you can use it for other current expenses going forward at your discretion, you will continue to have that option available to you at the end of this year and the following year, and that'll still be timely if you need it at that time, as well as any other potential sources as well. So,
And with that, just mentioning, there is complete forward progress on the P3 and on the Orange Brook development. There's county reviews that are scheduled and coming up, and there's not a delay. If anything, it was just, the stormwater review by the county took so long. Otherwise, you would see a lot more progress.
And we believe it's on a successful course that is going to end successfully, and it's managed well on both ends. So at this point, there is not a concern. I understand the general, fear about things over time changing, but I think we're in good shape, and we're continuing in good shape both on our side as well as the partner.
Well, so please know I'm going to support this item, but I do want to go on record that I'm being reassured by everybody here that no matter what happens, Orange Brook is going to get the attention it deserves, and that the city will find a way to make sure it gets built.
Yes, you have our commitment on that, yes.
Okay, we'll play back the record. Let's
Yes.
recording
No,
if we have
please.
to.
That's why we're putting it on the record, yes.
Commissioner Hernandez on this?
Thank you, Mayor. By the way, how much money did we move to the Hollywood Beach golf course from Orangebrook? How many millions of dollars?
We moved $6.2 million to the Hollywood Beach Golf Course.
Okay.
I think it was a total of 11 or 12, though. That
It sounded, I'm more like $12 million.
Correct, but I'm saying this is just from the GOB dollars. Oh, the whole thing? We can get back to you with that number.
Yeah, more or less over $10 million. So
Yes.
I get the concern, but nonetheless, we've utilized the practice before, and it didn't seem to be a concern at the time. So, but, well, I get it. My question is, Alex, do you know if there is any drainage agreement with the DOT? I realize that we have a very large body of water. Does anybody know if the DOT is paying us for water retention in that property? Because there may be the ability for us to recoup some of our expense in the long-term goal. Do you know anything about that?
It's my understanding that we are in conversations, and I mean DCM staff and park staff, but there has not been an agreement in place yet or any type of negotiation.
Okay,
Today.
I just want, hopefully it'll become a fruitful negotiation, but I want people to know, particularly the gentleman that says that this park may have a different use, is having a public use as it is, and it has the ability to have monetary gains for the city of Hollywood, which in effect helps the residents of the city of Hollywood to offset some of the other costs. So that was the one thing, but it's funny, as you said, Mayor, that we honor Karen's memory today, and this is something that it was a vision that she fought so hard for, and the group fought so hard for in order to gain, and it became something that it was push comes to shove, if you would. If we don't do this, this is opportunities not coming again. So I'm for this. I think it's a beautiful design. I like the fact that it has body of waters on both sides, and it's for the purposes that it was intended. At some point, somewhere, I would love, in the design, if possible, to have a butterfly park in the area, a designated area for butterflies, because I know Karen loved butterflies, and she planted trees in her house to butterflies. And if you would, she actually had a stick every morning, and so make sure that the spiders didn't do the webs in accordance so they could save the butterflies. So it's something that would live perpetually there, and you can actually go and enjoy. And those are the fun memories that I have of Karen, and I will always cherish those.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. Commissioner Shuham?
Thank you, Mayor. Alex, my question is, when we originally saw this design, a lot of, if I remember, the lakes were lined because of the concerns regarding toxic material and things like that. And my request always has been, but a year ago, 6 months ago, continually when this project comes before us, is trying to maximize the ability of this site to take on drainage for the city. And my curiosity is, in the environmental remediation tasks here, is it the concept now that any sort of pollutants will be removed throughout the site, or are we still talking about capping?
So the site is currently capped, so it's meeting current permit regulations. Now, if by this design we are required to cut and fill, like we call it, we will have to, it requires new permits, and they will tell us what regulations and what we need to meet at that time for the new design. So
I think the question that I had posed previously was, why aren't we looking into removing all of it from the site so that the site can freely accept water from the surrounding communities? Because the last time I saw this precise design, there's a berm that goes around the perimeter that prevents the neighborhood water from going in here because of the materials that are on the site. So for me, I want to know how much it costs to make this site fully accessible for drainage. And before we move forward with the design, because it could alter what the design looks like. And that's what, we still don't have that information. So that's my concern. I want to know how much it would cost to make this site a fully available drainage site, and to Commissioner Hernandez's point, I think one of the hesitations with FDOT was the material that's present there was inhibiting their abilities. And without knowing that cost, I don't know how we are moving forward. I understand this is a rendering and it'll come back to us with at a later date, but for me, that's a very important dollar amount to understand. And because in the long run, even though it would be expensive to remediate the site as a whole, it could very well be worth it to the city of Hollywood in the long run. So I would hate to spend a fortune on a park design that would constrain our ability to take advantage of the site for drainage. So how are we addressing that?
We can definitely ask our engineering consultant to take a look at that, the environmental engineering consultant, to see what that cost would be. And this is Micah from Miller Lake.
Hi, Mike.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So just to kind of follow up on your concerns there, that really is kind of why this is structured. The tasks here are structured in this way. Some of the first things that we're going to do is do the analysis of that material, the volume of that material and the intensity or the contamination levels of those materials. And then by that, what we'll be able to do is identify what portions of that material we can actually cap, maybe under a building, under a parking lot, and that type of thing. Look at that volume, and if that volume can all fit under there and the rest of the area can be graded to make sure that we adhere to and meet the stormwater master plan requirements, that's the approach we'll do. Now, if there's more volume of that contaminated material, that's when we'll assess how much of that material may potentially have to be taken off-site to render the site totally usable for the public use, but also stormwater use.
Excellent.
Okay.
So the next step then would be to come back to us with like scenario A, B, C. This is going to cost X, and you'll have this percentage of the acreage available, or Y, or Z.
Correct. And the city is moving forward with selection of a construction manager for this project. So they're going to be an integral part of the actual design process. They'll be brought on as we're doing the design. So we're going to have the contractor working with us as we develop the different scenarios. So there will be realistic costs. You know, you'll have a contractor that's going to be working on this project saying to move that material is X amount of dollars, or to cap it is this amount of dollars. So we can do that real analysis and come to you and present to you with realistic.
But the other component is that if the areas are capped and then unavailable for storm drainage, then we lose the ability, as I understand it, to not only accept stormwater from the community, but also to enter into that agreement with FDOT. So I just want to make sure in your cost analysis that those future potential revenues are also included, because I don't want the cheapest fix today at the expense of 20, 30 years ago, when we know what we're projecting water-wise is probably too low right now. I mean, we already know it, right?
Absolutely.
So I think you've addressed my concern, but for my commissioner and the mayor up here, I just really want us all to go into this. This is a beautiful design, but we need to be thinking 20, 30 years ahead for the city and make sure that this piece of property is not only beautiful for our residents, but is very pragmatic for the stormwaters that we know are coming. So I'm grateful to you and your company for looking at it through that lens. Okay. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mike, so with regards to the phasing here, it looks to me if this is actually, if the tasks are in a sequence, I don't know if they are, or there's
Yes.
a list here. But if they are in a sequence, you do have schematic design ahead of environmental remediation. So are you going to start with like phase 2, testing and
Yes.
monitoring wells here?
Yes.
Is that because that should be up front or close to up front, right?
It is. We lump the environmental remediation tasks into one group, but the first few tasks within that environmental remediation group is actually going to be conducted right up front.
In a perfect world, the readings are not going to exceed, I think, significant levels of, say, arsenic that it's common with golf courses. Maybe there has been some natural attenuation over the past 5+ years. I don't know when was the last time phase 2 was done here. But certainly we do need to have that data so we can, start from somewhere on the
Yes.
design and the permitting.
Absolutely,
Yep,
absolutely.
yep.
So we will do testing right up front. And in addition, we've also been very successful in getting approved from DEP a higher level of threshold for arsenic to remain in the soil because it's not a residential use, it is a public use. So again, that's something else that we've been very successful in. And what that does is that minimizes the amount of environmental remediation or soil we have to take off the site.
Yeah, yeah. From what I recall, the levels were really minimal many, many years ago.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
so, all right, let's go to Commissioner Coleri.
So thank you everyone for a lot of discussion that was brought up. And it's kind of frustrating, and I'll tell you why. You don't need to stay if you don't want to. You
Okay,
gotta see.
okay.
So a couple of things. I remember, and not to bring up old news, and we have to do what's good first. My first question is this, before I begin. Hollywood Beach Golf, is it set to make profit? Are we generating profit from that golf course annually once it's up and running? Anybody can answer?
Better be. Yes.
And the profit will be used towards just repairing the golf course itself, upkeep and maintenance, or will there be a fund that will be generated for future improvements or something of that nature?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. I can't give you the exact number because I don't have the contract in front of me, but the way the contract's written, we're guaranteed with Hollywood Beach Golf Course a specific amount annually, always a profit. We don't have any risk of losing any money. If the contractor makes a larger profit, then we have a threshold in the contract that says if they make more than a certain amount, then we get a percentage of that additional revenue that they make. So we will make a profit each year on that golf.
And then with that profit, where does that funding, it goes into the park fund, or does it go back into the golf course?
I believe it would go into the general revenue fund. There is another clause in the
Park,
contract.
I mean, the park revenue.
But there is a golf
Park
enterprise
revenue.
fund.
Well,
Golf enterprise fund,
We'll go,
right?
okay.
And
yeah.
we're going to have to decide in the
Okay.
future if we want
Right.
to.
So that's good.
Excuse me, one thing
Okay.
to follow up on that. There is also a clause in the contract that after the first 2 years, the contractor has to put a specific amount of money aside for capital improvements for the golf course. So that goes into set-aside fund to upgrade the golf course and make capital improvements as the golf course ages. So that goes into effect after the first 2 years.
And so just out of curiosity, are we talking like a guesstimate of revenue generated? Do we have, is it 100,000 a year? Is it 500,000 a year?
Minimum guarantee.
What's the minimum guarantee?
Without the contract in front of me, I can't give you that, but I can find that and get
Okay.
back to you on that.
So the reason why I bring that up is, so just for clarification purposes, we paid $12 million to Hollywood Beach Golf Course.
Extra.
12 million extra from the 24 million for Orange Brook. And these concerns were brought up several times by myself because prior to you entering into your seat, I was the key point person for Orange Brook, and I fought very, very hard, as much as I fought for Sunset. And these concerns have been brought up, not just by me, but by my colleagues, about the concern that we were taking money from development that, yes, became a P3, but there's no guarantees, as we know in life, and it was a concern, but it was robbing Peter to pay Paul is what I call it, okay? While it will be beneficial to the city overall, because we're going to have a great golf course, and hopefully we're going to have an additional great golf course in probably 10 years from now, but it's concerning, and these concerns were brought up. So, and I just want to put this in perspective. We paid $12.5 million for Sunset Golf Course to purchase it.
12 even.
12? 12. In addition to the $30 million that we're spending to make it better. So it's a $42 million project currently, and who knows what's to come. But it's concerning because we're using monies to make something that everyone didn't seem to, and I will say at the time, it was like, oh, this is the best thing we're doing. Let's keep giving money, because it wasn't just one tranche, it was 2 tranches, if I'm not mistaken, possibly 3, that we had to keep giving to make a golf course in another area better. But at the end of the day, it'll benefit, I guess, all of Hollywood residents. But still, the uncertainty is Orange Brook Golf Course, which we've had, and we've stated here, perhaps we need to put that in some type of ordinance or rule of thumb, that it will get developed. That would be my first suggestion. Second suggestion would be, if the golf course is a profit and it's going to go into a prize, that money should solely be directed towards the development of Sunset, if it hasn't been done thus far, and then move on to Orange Brook, vice versa, or both. It shouldn't be used for anything else in the city, parks-wise, because we've already borrowed money to make ends meet on the other ones. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know how we can formulate that, and I'm just thinking off the top of my head, but these concerns have been brought forth many times, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating. Because we can't move forward with a project that we have been fighting with, when originally, when we sat here, or when I sat here and Commissioner Hernandez and Commissioner Biederman sat here, Sunset Golf Course was up for $2.5 million. We could have bought it then. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, and we didn't. And then it was, I think, some crazy $7 million, and now it was 12 when we finally bought it. But what I'm saying is, let's be good stewards of our money. Let's make a decision here as a body to make sure that the profit, not the capital improvement that's going to be set aside, but whatever profit that generates from that golf course at the Hollywood Beach Golf Course will go into solely the development of Sunset and Orange Brook as we move forward, not for some other project that's going to come down the path or something of that nature. That way it provides a hard stop and a guarantee that we're going to be able to get these projects that we've devoted ourselves to doing to get done. Now, it's not going to be millions like we think, but it will be a stream of revenue that's coming in to make sure we follow suit. I don't know if anyone thinks that that's a good idea. How do we implement that? I don't know, but it is extremely frustrating, the amount of money that we have taken to develop one area, and we now have these 2 projects on the books that we can't get done. It's frustrating beyond means.
Well, I will say, we are going to get these projects done, Vice Mayor. I certainly, and we all are obviously on track to do that. Not all the dollars are at hand today sitting in an account, but as you know, year to year, we're going to, of course, have things. And let's remember on the Orange Brook P3, the way in which it was negotiated, any and all entitlements that are procured at the expense of the P3 partner become the property of the city, you know, if they were to walk away. And so we're forced so much farther along in terms of the entitlement to develop the Orange Brook property into what the, you know, P3 and the vision is that, you know, if push came to shove, we needed to find a new partner in the future, which, again, I have 99%, I'm sure that this is going through. But if that is the case, we still have that same structure that will, I think, finance the development of Orange Brook. So I don't see, as was said, any risk in where we are. I mean, all roads are at full speed ahead. George.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, let me say this on the record, just so that, and I would be hesitant to say that if I didn't honestly believe it, but more importantly than that, based on the track record, if you look at what this city's done over the last several years, and you know, not only to others, but especially the DCM staff with Alex and Nicole and Jose and everyone there, what's happened with all those major projects in terms of on budget and timely and successful, you rarely see that in a general obligation bond program in local government to be that efficient. And that's unfortunately true. And fortunately, we're on the plus side of that. We also have a very solid, positive partner in the Orange Brook project, and we're very confident that that project, along with the other ones that we directly have managed, will get done, and will get done properly and successfully. So I wouldn't say that on the record if we didn't honestly believe that, and we're making that commitment to you. In terms of the idea about where to stream some of those potential future revenues, you can do that. You don't have to make a decision now, because in the very near future, we'll be having, you know, kicking off with the fiscal season, and you'll have opportunity to say some things there as well as workshops to follow. Obviously, those streams are going to take some time to develop downline, and you'll be able to do that. It's a little bit easier with Orange Brook because that is part of the Golf Enterprise Fund. Sunset is not. It is not an active golf course. It is now part of our holding as an open space and park property. So that would be a little bit trickier. Not that it can't happen, but good thoughts, and you just don't have to make that decision right now, though. But that is open for you down the road.
I do have one question. If you could refresh my memory in reference to the Orange Brook Golf Course, how we have hard stops such as 1301, where if it goes beyond, there's a fee that's paid if it doesn't get built. Do we have that with Orange Brook? I can't recall if we did or not. Granted, I am fully confident that they will be able to get that done. It's just that fear of unknowing. And some of the ship drivers are not going to be here in a year, meaning myself, Commissioner Biederman, and Commissioner Shuham. So, I have full confidence in whoever steps in and guidance by the staff, but we really have been driving the nail, and it's concerning because these things aren't in place. So it's kind of like leaving it like pie in the sky. Not that I don't have confidence it will get done, but going back to, is there a fee that if it
Sure,
doesn't
I
get
don't-
built in a certain time that there's
Looking
money
right now,
coming in?
I'll see if Raylan remembers of having been close to the contract, if there's some elements in there.
Unless you guys want to pick this up during comments, but I just want to close out this item. But
Well, no. Let's keep this going if you don't mind, Mayor. And the reason being is it was open. We were discussing it and then it brought in extra conversation. So let's just finish it if you don't mind.
do it.
So in that particular agreement, there aren't payments to continue the agreement, but there are benchmarks that they need to hit. And right now, they're on target for all of those benchmarks. They would be obligated to come back to the commission and ask for extensions if they needed them. I say that, of course, also recognizing that with the governor's executive orders related to the tolling of certain development agreements, there are extensions that developer agreements are entitled to that are at the control of the state at the moment. They are 100% on target. I speak with Miriam or their attorney probably weekly on this project. They are going through the platting process in addition to going through the environmental approvals and the surface water management approvals that are needed. They now have gotten feedback from Broward County that they are on target with meeting all of the stormwater requirements that Broward County would have for this site. And they have spent an unbelievable amount of time with our staff and with our stormwater consultant to make sure that they have a project that not only works for the next 10 years, but works for the next 30 years and 50 years, accommodating all of the storm water that Broward County has said needs to be accommodated on this site, as well as that our stormwater master plan says. So that was Herculean task number one, which they have rose to the occasion and tackled admirably with the same commitment that our staff has brought to that process. They were right there working hard on that. They also have been meeting with the county. They're going to be coming before the Planning Council on January 29th to get the next phase of their land use, or of their platting, moving forward. Staff will be there at that meeting as well, and that is sort of the traffic flow in and out of the site and how that progresses. So, they are moving right along, and you all will be seeing they're updated with all of this feedback that they've been getting to meet all of the regulatory requirements. Their updated design and site plan, which continues to meet all of the requirements that were laid out in the general obligation bond vote, as well as the multiple meetings that they've had with the residents regarding things that they wanted to see, the walking path, the, you name it. So they've been an incredibly diligent and detailed partner to this point. It is a very complicated project, and so I appreciate that there is concern, but city staff, you all, our development partner, are all incredibly committed to this project.
Yes, agree. I think that that's great information. Thank you, Raylan. In addition to the sunset, Alex, if I could ask you a couple more questions. It's not just the state, isn't it the county as well that we have to work with for taking water off of the roads? Because Johnson Street is a county
Several
road.
of the permit requirements are with Broward County and FDP.
And then I guess my last clarification, if you don't mind, the berms are to prevent the water, not to take it off of the neighborhood, but to prevent it from going into the C10 canal, correct?
I'm not positive. I mean, I know in general, all property, you need to contain
the water within itself.
Within itself, exactly.
Right, so I think that there was an issue with it running into the C10 canal, but I would encourage Miller Leg to look into, for years, this was a golf course. And for years, the water runoff went into the C10 canal. And now all of a sudden, this can't be done, whether it's DEP and environmental, all these new changes that are come across. But what was that percentage that was allowed and how come it's so significant? I think that gives us a little bit of leverage to look into, because I'm talking years that it would run off. And prior to that, it was a tomato farm. And there was fertilizer and nutrients. So years it's gone into the C10 canal. So what is that limitation? I think that will give us a little break. And in addition to that, the capping that we talk about, the prior owner brought in sludge or limes, whatever it was. And I feel like that really created more damage than good to that area. So is there, I don't know what abilities we have as far as, I don't like to use the word, but lawsuit in reference to putting something illegal or that was not, is there anything that we can look into to recover some of that costs to prevent?
It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't. I just want to, for the record, it wasn't. It was something that the county had authorized as clean, a clean and permissible way to cap it, and it still remains the way that
I think it
is.
was an abundance amount of it, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it was permitted, and as far as we know, it was done so appropriately. Now, whether or not the initial environmental assessments that'll be done now going forward shows us anything differently than that, let's wait until we get that information to see if there's anything else.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner
I'm sorry
Hernandez,
to
you
beat it
wanted
up,
to
but
chime in?
I'm not happy.
The lime sludge is constituted as clean fill. It's not the preferred fill, but it's constituted as clean fill for the purpose that they were doing it, which it was capping the thing. And I'll wait my turn so that I could ask my couple questions, but it's clean fill material.
Commissioner Biederman.
Thank you. So I'm all in for making sure we finish this project. I know there was some challenges over the years, but just touch base on a couple of things. One is the golf course. We put a lot of money into Hollywood Beach. I mean, money after money, like they kept coming back for overruns. So to say we've been on target and under budget on all these projects we've done is just not accurate, especially since we're still waiting for neighborhood signage. But I'm all in for making sure this project, comes to completion. I think the money's all accounted for this, right? With the grants we've had and the money we put in from Orange Brook, right, Adam?
For the half.
Well, we have $7.5 million grant with a $7.5 million match that we have already identified the funds for.
Coming from?
From the Orange Brook money.
Okay.
That was done back in 2023, I believe, is when we moved that money there. And then we also have two grants that we're waiting on, which is a $1.5 million Land Water Conservation Fund grant and a $500,000 Cultural Facilities grant.
So where's this 2.5 coming from, though? Is this coming from the 7.5 from Orange Brook, or is
Coming
this?
from, well, it's at two, we were taking $2.2 million. We had already put aside $300,000 as seed money for design for this project years ago. This $2.2 million would be coming from Orange Brook for the total contract of $2.5 million.
Beyond the seven.
Can you,
Beyond the 7.2 that was left prior to today.
can you give us a breakdown in an email later on of the 24 million from
Yes.
Orange Brook?
Yes.
And you had mentioned 6 million is coming from Orange Brook. Where'd the other 6 million for Hollywood Beach come from? Do we
We
know?
had 5.7 million that came from the Stormwater Fund, 6.2 million that came from the Orange Brook money from the GOB.
Okay.
And then the original allocation, which was a little over $12 million for the Hollywood Beach Golf Course project.
Okay. So my issue with the Hollywood Beach project, which I've mentioned before when others were supporting unlimited funds, was that we are creating a golf course with taxpayer money to lease it to somebody that's going to make a ton of money off of it, and we're getting, you know, a base price, but we're not getting the lion's share of the proceeds from Hollywood Beach. That was my issue with it. So if the lease money is going to the Golf Course Enterprise Fund, so that it can be part of, you know, ongoing maintenance for our 3 golf courses, I'm okay with that. It's got to stay in the Golf Course Enterprise Fund for whatever, you know, we're using it for. If we are, and I'm talking about the golf course right now, I'll get back to Sunset in a minute, but if for some reason we don't have completion from the developer that we are currently dealing with, remember we always have the old police station site that we're going to hopefully sell or do something with to fund Orange Brook if we need to. But Orange Brook can also do a revenue bond, which I've talked about for 13 years already, to redevelop and to bring back to, for lack of a better term, glory days. Getting back to Sunset. Couple of questions I have for Sunset is, we already talked about the drainage part. Are we using purple pipe at Sunset at all? Or does anybody have that answer if we've talked about using purple pipe over there?
Sure. So purple pipe is for reclaimed water for irrigation purposes. So that'll be one of the things, we'll have to look at the capacity that we have adjacent to the park there. And if there is capacity, we will be using reclaimed water as a.
Because I think it's very important that we do that also. We had a presentation at the Water Advisory Board meeting at the county last week, and one of the things they talked about was a project in the north end of the county where they're going to do PFAS elimination, a process where they're going to kill the PFAS in our water through a whole process, and that is going to, they're going to have an education center and a water park being developed that I was thinking that we could do here, but it's a very small site and we already have all the plans for it. But it might be something that we could look into as part of possible expansion of the sewer plant, or something else we're doing. I sent the presentation to Ray Lynn and Chris O'Brien and Vin to see what's going on and to maybe relay the message back to us. I covered everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you send that presentation to us as well? Okay, thank you. My couple of questions. The berming that you plan on doing and what have you, you can utilize the top layers that is there, that it's actually capping the arsenic right now. And based on the level of arsenic, you may be able to place that material, as you said, in an area in order to be capped. which includes parking lots, it includes buildings and anything else that we may need, including the road and what have you.
Correct.
As long as you have the ability to use the material in site, it will be contained, the rest of the site. So I want everyone to know that the biggest issue here that we have is the material that it was allowed to be brought in, even to some of our objection, which is the lime sludge. And if you're looking to remove that from the site right now, you're looking at tens of millions of dollars to do that. The site won't be done. At least I don't believe that the taxpayers will have the appetite to pay that kind of money to remove it. However, you have the ability to use that material for berms and other areas, which looks like we may be able to use. So I think that the first thing we need to do is once you do your environmental, we'll have a better light as to what can be done and how it can be done in order to meet some of the desires for the commission. I think we spend over an hour here to trying to go back and forth and what have you, when in fact the main thing has yet to be done, which is the engineering to come back and the testing. Having said that, I think that some of the concerns that have shown here about how much money goes into this park versus another park, I think is the crux of the conversation that we've been having, because it seems like that for one part of the city, it doesn't matter how much you spend, you have the ability to do it. In other parts of the city, we need to be cautious about how much money we spend. And bless you. And so that's the one thing that some of the residents are up in arms about, is says we're the same taxpaying as anybody else is. So please go forward with that. But I want the commission to be assured that I don't believe in the history of the golf courses in the city of Hollywood, the city of Hollywood has ever made any money. I think that the operators of those golf courses have made all the money. But if you're counting on some of the profits from those things to come in order to pay something else, don't hold your breath. Because in the history of the city of Hollywood, it has never happened where the golf courses have made any money. They're a tourist attraction, and therefore they will bring some dollars to the neighborhood and to the businesses and to the area. And there is a comfort area for some of the residents of the city of Hollywood to play golf, to be able to do it, or to visit the amenities. But it has never been a money generator in the history of the city of Hollywood, and I don't believe that it will be. But something like this, it would not only be a feel-good for the residents of Hollywood, it would be something they can call their own, and the enterprise part of something like this would be a benefit from all of the residents of the city of Hollywood via drainage. So, and it's much needed in the area. So I think that if we're looking to invest any money in any sizable amount, it's going to be something like this in order to do that. At the same time, since we're mentioning Orange Brook and the P3 and everything else, there's another opportunity there to regain some money from the DOT, because the DOT is one of the largest generator of water that we have that needs drainage. But I believe that there's some already agreements in place where we may not be able to charge the Department of Transportation to take some of their water. I don't know, because I do know that right next to the railways, they did a huge drainage, and I think the overflow is actually Orange Brook. So whatever opportunity we have in order to make money in a silent way, but in a positive way, I think the city should take advantage of that and work towards that. But as far as the other, I think until you have your environmentalists, we're not going to be able to know whether you're going to be able to cap that, as you mentioned earlier, or utilize the excess material that you will have, because you will have some extra, I think it was a few 100,000 cubic yards of, if not more, of lime sludge that came in. And the key is whether that lime sludge and the filtration of the lime actually help reduce some of the arsenic in the sublayer, if you would. So I think and that may very well be the case. But we all objected to this happening, and being that it was private property and the county said it was okay to use. And the issue that I had was it was used as if it was a land dump for this particular product, which is not normally allowed anywhere else. But for whatever reason, it was allowed to be done. So now we're dealing with it. But in order to remove that, it would be cost inhibited to do so. Thank you for your time, by the way.
Thank you.
Just looking at things optimistically now.
The lime could have very well helped to some of the remediate some of the arsenic in it,
Yeah.
number one, and number two.
And elevation.
Correct.
It needed to be filled no matter what.
Yeah, no matter what, it needed to be capped, so they used that. But we may be able to use that sludge for since it's already dry, the key to sludge is to make sure it's dry. If it's dry, then you can shape it, you can do different things to it, and the water that comes after it softens it, but it doesn't puts it on the same thing, because what in essence, lime sludge, what it does is it filters the impurity and the iron in the water, but it holds the water for an extended period of time. Once it's drained of that, then you have the ability to use it, including mix it. So we may wind up that the arsenic that it's there can be mixed and put in berm and do something like that. So we're too early to tell what can be done. I just don't want to miss the opportunity to be able to utilize that park for something that it could be beneficial, and it will bring in revenues years and years to come in a very passive way.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add is, as the conversation was ongoing, I thought to myself, well, if, some of the material on the site, no matter which layer it is right now, it needs to be concentrated in an area or moved out of the way of a particular area, we can use it to our advantage to create like a hill or like a big elevation that we otherwise would have never really thought to do, but it could be a feature of the park, which could be a super tall, hill somewhere. There's 45 acres to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also it helps add to the resiliency of the park. Add those key infrastructure elements, the community center, the roadway, they can be actually elevated.
Correct.
And then that really makes them more resilient to sea level rise and those types of things.
I gotcha. All right. Well, we've always been optimistic, and we're in a spot here that we've wanted to get to over 10 years, and we have the dollars, and we have a big grant, and we're here with a design. We've got the engineering firm that Patty and Karen worked on and thought was an excellent firm. So we're in the best place we've ever been with regards to Sunset, and the environmental conditions over time could have only gotten better. Only natural attenuation could have reduced levels of whatever was there when it was a golf course, not elevated them. So let's keep moving forward. We've got a beautiful result in Hollywood Beach. We've got a beautiful design in Orange Brook, and we're lined up to complete all three of them successfully. And so thank you all so much. Pat, do we have a motion on this? No.
Motion to approve.
All right, let's motion to approve from Commissioner Hernandez, second from Commissioner Coleri to approve the resolution for item 39 and retaining Miller Legg to provide the architectural engineering services for Sunset Park and the master plan. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item carries with jazz hands. That's the silent way of clapping for anyone who thinks I'm strange on TV. All right. It is not 5 o'clock, but that does conclude our regular agenda. Thank you, Mike. Mike, I think for the most part, the discussion we had, Mike, was probably good for your own, for you hearing all of the different, accounts of history that a lot of the commissioners have here. It was only, I think, helpful for you to hear these different brainstormed ideas. So thank you. Yep, it was worthwhile, I think. Heartache for some, worthwhile for others. All right, it is 3:15. Let's go ahead to comments by the City Commission, City Attorney, City Manager, if any. Let's go ahead to Commissioner Biederman. Commissioner Biederman.
I already said what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Quintana.
Thank you, Mayor. So let's see. Which of the things do I want to say first? I guess, given the conversation that we just concluded, I think I've brought it up before up here about the needs for improvements of the community centers in District 6, Washington Park Community Center, and the Kay Gaither Community Center, where there's some restrictions to when the building can be used. And we have made, I know that Ricky has made some great efforts to hire people so that we can at least now be open to the general public on the weekends. But in general, the condition of the Washington Park Community Center really needs attention. The bathrooms need attention, and much of the inside really is outdated. So once again, I want to put it on the record that we all support the idea of trying to allocate some funds to make those improvements in the community centers happen. We're good with that? Okay, good. And when that will happen, so hopefully sooner rather than later, if I could get some idea of when that will happen, I would appreciate it. Um, I would like to just invite everybody to come out and be Greek for a day this weekend. The Greek Festival, the annual Greek Festival at the St. George Greek Orthodox Church is happening Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you've never been, you're really missing out. Fantastic fun and food. And on February 1st, we have a very special day coming up. If you would, I wanted to just share some pictures of the history of the Party on the J, the Johnson Street Business District, those small businesses that are around Johnson Street between 56th and 64th and along what is now called the 7, have been working together with the community that surrounds them for 13 years to how do we really make our small businesses understand and be an integral part of our neighborhoods. And because of where the Johnson Street businesses are located, many of them, multiple generations, have run these businesses 30, 40 years out there. And so excited that, if you'll hold on to that picture, I'm so excited that we did have a hiatus of COVID, and when the sewer installation happened on Johnson Street, we weren't able to do it for 6 years. But the folks who were the original pioneers in starting the Johnson Business District, when I hear them talk about when this whole thing started and their little eyes light up, when they think back to how we walked together to every business owner to get engagement from everybody. This was yesterday when only half of the businesses that are participating got together to plan what we hope will be the best one yet. And everyone is so excited. All of these business owners are so excited to welcome you to come. If you haven't been before, or if you've come before, come and see how it's evolved. We're going to have live music. We're going to have activities for children. It's called the International Music, Food, and Art Festival. So you'll get a little bit of each. So come, bring your kids. Join us. It's Sunday, February 1st from 12 to 4. Mark your calendar. Thank you to our CMed department for helping to spread the word. And thank you to our Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts department for everything they're doing to make this successful. I know it's a lot of work, but you all have shown from the centennial year that you can really offer excellent programming for our residents. So I just wanted to extend that as part of my comments. Thank you so much.
Quintana. Let's go to Commissioner Shuham.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I wanted to congratulate Russell Long. It's my understanding he was named Building Official of the Year for Broward County, so hats off to Russell. He always does a fabulous job. I just also wanted to remind everybody that our half-price parking for Hollywood residents was extended in the fall, so it's citywide, not just at the beach like it used to be. So if you are a Hollywood resident, please go on our website and register and make sure that you're taking full advantage of the discount parking rates that we have to offer. I wanted to extend my gratitude to Cassandra Myers and her staff for meeting with me and some concerned residents yesterday about a particular canal area in the city. They were prepared and professional, and I think alleviated concerns and expressed their willingness to continue to work with the residents. So I just wanted to say thank you to all of those folks who were on the call. I wanted to share that Sheridan is going to be closed for 72 hours starting last night. From Federal to A1A, local traffic can get through only to, I think, 14th Street, and actually at the bridge, no go. You can't cross over the Sheridan Street Bridge for the next, well, probably now it's about 50 hours. Also, I wanted to let everyone know that the county's project in building new dunes on the beach has commenced. I was out there this morning, and they're all set up and ready to go. It's going to be an incredible project. It took a long time, and we're very excited and grateful to Broward County for helping us with that. Two things I would like to get support from the commission to have staff look into. The first is, as all of you know, both by county and city ordinance, seawalls on private residents are going to become a significant issue throughout the city. They'll have to be raised to the heights required by Broward County. And in Fort Lauderdale and several other cities, their staffs are looking at incentives to use, instead of just straight concrete or sheet metal seawalls, to give an incentive to homeowners, developers, whoever needs to do it, to put in living seawalls. And that can be a multitude of things, but basically it's material and shapes that are designed to encourage growth on the wall, as opposed to when you just have a straight concrete wall or steel wall, nothing grows. So if I could get support to have staff reach out to Fort Lauderdale, I think Miami also, and see what their staffs are considering to incentivize living seawalls, and come back to us and let us know and let us decide if that's something that we want to do. I think, for example, in Fort Lauderdale, they're contemplating waiving or reducing some permitting fees if you use a living seawall versus not. And it really seems like a great opportunity to maximize living seawalls. So do I have support for staff to reach out to those other cities?
Yeah, and let me just say, City Manager, previously, there was, when we support something, this is for an informational report back.
Exactly.
Not for a proposed ordinance or anything. And it might lead to that, but just, informational memo on what the options are, and then Commissioner Schuman will bring back, if she likes one of the ideas, for support to go beyond that.
That's fine. The other idea, I spoke with one of the commissioners from Hallandale the other day, and if you'll recall, recently we talked about how our bike share they basically have disappeared, and we asked staff to go back and see what's happening. Can we look at bike shares? And the idea, as I understand what we had before, you could rent a bike in Hollywood, but you had to return it where you rented. In other words, you couldn't cross city lines. So with support, I would like staff to reach out to our neighboring cities to see if there's an opportunity for a regional bike share, so that you could, maybe even beyond Broward, but at least Hallandale, Hollywood, Dania, and you could ride up and down the coast and not have to go back to where you started to return the bike. So it's just, again, for informational purposes. I know there's complexities as far as revenue sharing and how that all works, but if we could have somebody from our staff maybe reach out to these other cities in conjunction with our prior request about reinstating some of these bike share, and instead of just making it citywide, maybe making it East Coast, and even like you should be able to ride, and I think you've mentioned this before, Mayor, you should be able to ride your bike to Miami on bike lanes, but you should also be able to use a bike share. Like in New York City, you get your city bike, you return it anywhere. That's the idea. So do I have support for staff, again, for informational purposes, to look at a regional bike share amongst our neighboring cities?
I like it. Anyone else?
Okay, again, just for informational purposes.
Yeah, sure. On that, go ahead, Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. When we're talking about a bike sharing program, we're talking about a program where somebody rents a bike, their electric bikes, and they drop it off in the middle of the sidewalk anywhere else you want. In order to do that, that's the one thing that I wouldn't want to see.
No, we always have
Well,
it.
To me, that's what you're talking about, if you're going to go regional. And I just want to make sure that that's not.
No, I think what was referred to was in the model of the old B-cycle, where it was a station and the bicycle gets affixed to a port, to like a holder, and then, it gets removed.
That's what
the county had a big program, but I don't know what happened.
And I believe that they've done away with it because it wasn't successful, because the idea of something like that was in order for the bike to be freedom type, where you can leave it anywhere else. And if that is what we're talking about, I just want you guys to know that if you want something that is docked and you have to return it to a dock, I think we may be opening ourselves to wind up by having bicycles all over the place. I just want to be clear on that.
I don't think most cities aren't allowing that
no,
anymore. So we're talking about returning to a dock.
Return, okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
No, I think that's a great point. Yeah, I think that's a great point. A lot of cities have learned their lesson on both bikes and scooters being left all over the place.
And the reason that the county wasn't successful, because they were pretty much the only one that were doing it, and that's the reason why it didn't do it. So I don't know how much work you want the staff to do in order to bring it back to us, because now if we're talking about reaching to other cities and multiple cities in order for this to take place, how much,
How do you procure it?
how do you procure it, and how much time, staff, do you want this to take place in order to bring it back? And quite frankly, I think this is something that the county should have been the one leading that effort in order for the cities to buy into it rather than us working on something like this. I think that's a bigger bite, if you would, than the city of Hollywood. I don't mind the concept. I think it's a great concept. And then the next question would be, is it pedal bike or is it e-bike? So those are the questions that I don't want staff spending a great deal of time when I think that this is something that transportation-wise, the county should be the lead on this.
I think it's definitely a good idea to include the county in the conversation. And me personally, and after speaking with the chief, I don't think e-bikes would be a part of this because we have so many problems already. But those are all discussions, but I love the idea of including the county in those conversations as well.
Let me just add, if I could, Carol, on that, just to close it out. From my point of view, in terms of what I expect from staff, is there interest from the neighboring cities? Yes, yes, no, no. And then what would be the procurement approach? And then a memo to us, and we'll take it from there.
Perfect.
Hold on. Just on, Commissioner Shuham, hold on. Commissioner Biederman said mayor, and I'm thinking he wants to chime in on this topic. Go ahead.
So I think what Commissioner Hernandez said, it was a Broward County thing.
Right.
I think it still should be a Broward County thing. If you go to Miami Beach, they have them up and down from Collins Avenue, from Fifth Street to like 90-something, I guess, 80-something. And that's the way it would work. So, I mean, I agree that it's city by city, but it should be a county thing with maybe an interlocal agreement with the cities.
Okay. Very quickly, this
Time is up, Commissioner Shuham, but go ahead.
really quick. This morning, Bob Glickman mentioned the potholes. Joseph, I don't know if you were here, potholes on the west span of Hollywood Boulevard Bridge. If you could please get with FDOT and make sure that's addressed. And Raylyn, in just to address what Commissioner Quintana was discussing, I recall that I thought we had already approved a survey of all of our city community centers.
Like a
What's the status of that?
condition survey?
Yeah, and that's it. What's the status of
That's
that?
correct. DCM is working on that survey, and there is a consultant that has been brought on to assess. And so they've gone to each of the facilities, met with staff, looked at the conditions, and they're working on the report.
Excellent. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Commissioner Quintana said that she left something out, and so please.
Thank you so much for your grace there. So I, with all of the efforts that Adam Reichbach is making to reach out to all the civic associations to help educate our residents about the property tax bills, I realized that District 6 really doesn't have civic associations west of Park Road. So I am just looking for your support in the idea of having a community forum for District 6 that just focuses on educating, that's not tied to any civic association, but just inviting District 6 residents to a community forum on that topic.
On which topic, sorry?
On the property tax bills that are, and the impact.
And I would
on-
think the appropriate time to do that, but hold on, I think the time to do that is once we know what's going to come out of the legislature. I mean, for right now, there's so much spitballing happening on property tax that it's hard to even approach, what the actual issue is. We don't need to cause panic one way or another.
About educating the public, Mayor, and I mean,
I'm
just.
saying the timing matters. I don't disagree. I just think the timing, go ahead.
So part of the challenge with that is that once there is ballot language, the city is restricted on its ability to provide that information to our residents without it crossing the boundaries between education and advocacy.
Okay.
So by doing this now, without any official ballot language, we're able to at least educate the residents, albeit granted, we're not sure what of those bills will make it through, but at least it's providing some guidance to them as to what impact, there will ultimately be impact with any of those bills, granted to varying degrees of impact, but there will be impact with those.
I mean, to me, anything that you would have to say about the topic would be educational. The way you would lay it out, and if you're describing impacts, to me, that's educating the public on the ramifications of X. Listen, I'm not opposed. All I'm saying is, having something more tangible to talk about is probably the right time.
Mayor, actually, I've been talking since I got here about the need to do a better job of educating our residents about what their property taxes pay for, that we need to make it more engaging, because when we talk budget speak or passive situations where we're just giving a lot of information to people, they zone out because it doesn't mean anything. So actually, there is some time sensitivity for it now, but I've been wanting to do this since I got here.
Well, no objection by my part, no, at all.
Thank you. Everybody's all right? Yeah. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Hernandez, let's see. Let you up here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. The one issue in the downtown is parking. Parking is, it's a work in progress. There's going to be complaints. We're going to address those, and we're going to see what it is that what we can do regarding, this one is Fillmore and Pierce Street, and at some point, we're going to be going south. At some point, we're also going to be trying a one-way pilot program, see if we can generate more parking and a better flow in the nearby areas. Fine forgiveness on it's been extended for 6 months, if somebody correct me if I'm wrong, is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
I just want people to know that if they missed the opportunity to bring their property into compliance and have their liens forgiven, they still have 6 months in order to do so. And we hope that they do, because our goal is compliance, not necessarily to fine or be egregious to anybody. The PEN program, I have some language that I'd like for you guys to consider, and I need support, I would like support from you guys regarding the PEN and the financial assistance that the city provides to some of the organization. And one of the things that we're looking for is civic associations applying for the PEN grant must submit the names and address of all board members. All board members must reside within the boundaries of the civic association to be eligible for funding. That's the only change that we're looking to do. I'd like to get some feedback from you guys. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Biederman?
I have an addition to that request.
Well, I'm just saying, is that something that we can live with before we go to your other additions? And the reason that I say that is because...
I'm okay with that part, but I have an addition.
I would love to hear it.
Your request.
Yes, sir.
So I think since we have to have term limits in our commission seats, because that is what our voters wanted, because we don't want, under the theory of not having long-term politicians that get stale or accumulate too much.
I'm in office.
Perpetual.
No, that's not the word I'm looking for, but influence. I think that we need to have term limits amongst the presidents of our associations, and I would add that to the requirement in order to receive PEN funds. Because there are some association presidents that are just there forever, not giving others opportunities to become leaders in their neighborhoods, and accumulate way too much influence amongst city staff and residents.
Well, let's just...
Interesting concepts.
Well, it's interesting, and there's some areas that it will or will not work. Mine was only to the Civic Association applying for the PEN grant must submit the names and addresses of all board members, period. All board members must reside within the boundaries of the Civic Association to be eligible for funding. In other words, if you live in a neighborhood in the area you represent, then you're eligible for funding. But if you live in another part or another city or somewhere else, then the city should not be rewarding that. That's how I see it. Do I have support for that?
I support that. I think it just ensures the integrity of the representative nature of the board, and I would say officers and board members.
Okay, I'm good with that. Anybody else? I need 4 altogether.
I do have a queue.
I'll support that with the addition that I had.
Well, I don't know if I can get your addition, because that's not, I'm looking for this. If I can support this, then we can talk about your addition. So right now, I only have two. Do I need to?
Let's go to the queue, if I could. We've got Commissioners Quintana, Vice Mayor Coleri, Gruber, and Shuham. Commissioner Quintana.
Thank you.
And somehow, some way, we're going to make it to 5 o'clock, everybody. So, I mean, go ahead.
So
Chiefs and public safety, you guys are excused? No, I'm kidding.
when I first started the Civic Association for my neighborhood, it was a different time. It was pre-COVID. And still, I had some difficulties recruiting people to want to be engaged in their civic association. Since I've become elected and I can no longer be a leader in my civic association, I have begged everybody I know in my neighborhood, and I haven't been able to get them to step up, anyone to take on that role. I'm concerned because as it stands, I mean, I think there's all kinds of research about people, you know, with technology being what it is, and more people are not civically engaged. People are more and more kind of staying home with their devices. And I'm to the first part of what you're proposing, Commissioner Hernandez, about the address. I do remember that on Sunbiz we had to list the officers' names and addresses. But I'm concerned that if we put a lot of restrictions on who can participate, we're going to have a lot less civic engagement, even as right now I think the civic associations are struggling to keep their membership up and engagement going. So I'm like, that's where my thought is right now, is how is this going to affect general participation of our residents in civic. I'm actually speaking to Lawn Acres this Sunday, because they're considering that they may have to disband their civic association, which has existed for, I think, 40 years, because they can't get engagement from the people in the neighborhood. So, I mean, that's where my concern is with putting a lot of additional requirements.
It's not an additional requirement.
Keep in mind, it's only for Penn.
Yeah, it's only for the funding. So, in other words, if your association has people from outside of your boundaries, then you wouldn't be eligible for the money. I'm not putting any other restrictions on the association whatsoever. They can do whatever they want. Or if not, if you don't like that idea, why don't we just do away without the funding and let them continue to act the way they are? I just think that it's hypocritical that we have, similar to what Commissioner Kevin just said, Commissioner Biederman just said, that we have term limits. We also have to be elected from a geographical boundary. The state requires you to have a geographical boundary on your civic association, and yet we're willing to forego all of that just to be able to give them money. I think that sends the wrong message. If we have to abide by our charter and we have to abide by certain rules, why should we give money to somebody that lives in a completely different district and claims to be representing an area that they know nothing about? They don't live there, they don't own any property there. And yet their bylaw says you're supposed to live in this area or you're supposed to have property here. Why are we rewarding that?
Let's, if I could, just get the conversation moving to get some additional feedback and then see if we have support for the concept. Commissioner Coleri, Vice Mayor?
So we all met with the Penn leaders here in the city, and we had these discussions. And while I understand your concerns, first of all, Commissioner Biederman, love you, but we are a paid position. We go out and campaign. We do, and we make really big decisions. These are volunteers, so I don't agree with that, because term limits are in place here for a reason, and it's a paid position. These are all volunteers, and volunteers are very, very important. So I hear the concerns, and I hear the issues. And first, I want to say it's hard enough as it is getting volunteers, as you've stated, Commissioner Quintana. And we know some civic associations have an abundance amount of attendees in certain areas, and then some areas just don't have enough. And That's currently, I don't think it's going to change the dynamics if there were criteria placed. Either you're engaged or you're not. We talk about it all the time. We're talking about property taxes, and people are just so busy. Just people are busy, and they don't have time to be involved or volunteer or commit to civic associations that have changed quite a bit, because back in the past, they used to be just complaining and arguing about, certain things. Now it's promotion of civic engagement, the happenings that are in the city, bringing people up to speed. And I think that, with all of the venues of social media, Facebook posting, Facebook Live, all of the things that people do, it makes it even harder for people to come, or actually gives them an opportunity to be engaged but not attend. This whole pen project that started was, I think, to really promote engagement. And has it done that? I don't know. I don't know the statistics, and I apologize for not asking during our meeting. Has the membership increased, or has it stayed the same, or has it decreased? But I think where this really all boils down to is having individuals shadow government is really what it boils down to. And while they have a voice and they have an opportunity to discuss issues, they shouldn't have the ability to dictate what happens in the commission. Voicing an opinion is one thing, but what I've seen, and I'm sure I'm gonna get a nasty email in the next, hour or so, but what I've seen is a force that's been sent to us telling us we are the voice of all. And I don't think that that's true, just based on the comments that have been made here today, where the lack of engagement is so limited in certain areas. So you're really not the voice of all. And I think that that's where these questions come up, because people have taken this authoritative position and really, and where the funding comes in is it's even made it, I think, a little bit worse or more challenging. But then on the flip side, and so the balance beam is, these are volunteers. These are individuals who are putting in the time and effort to try to spread the word and to try to get the information out, to help that. And that was the whole purpose of the pen, was to provide that opportunity so that they could put the signs out in the neighborhood, so that they can engage more people to come in. But I just don't think that that's actually happened. I think it's kind of stayed the same. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know who could speak on that. But if we've seen an increase by the promotion of the pen funding to get more engagement, to bring people aware, like we talked about today, the scooters, PSA report, all of this information, instead of a narrative and getting people against. That's where I think that there's the challenge. It needs to be neutral, and it needs to be promotive, and it needs to just get people involved. And I don't know if that's actually been done. So while I understand, I don't know if I could 100% support without all the facts.
Let me ask you something. I'm not looking for facts, just the concept. You support somebody claiming to be a member, not only a member, but a director of an association that doesn't live in that area, and the city gives them money for them to do their thing? You support that?
I don't think it's the individual.
I
don't think it's the individual. I think it's the promotion of a civic association as a whole. That, I don't think the individual person is the one running it. Now, maybe I'm wrong.
There's multiple one. I can give you examples where more than one director don't live in the neighborhood that they claim that they're representing, and yet nothing happens in that association, and goes on and on. My point is, I don't have an issue when it comes to this, but let's send a clear message. We don't care if you live in Hollywood or live somewhere else. If you want to represent an area here in the city of Hollywood, you can, and the city's going to give you money. I don't think that's a message that we want to send. That's what's happening out there right now. If you want to curb some of the shadow government that you talked about that exists, bring it to the neighborhood.
Okay.
Bring it to the neighborhood, and that's what I'm trying to do. Let the neighborhood be the ones. And I get it, the volunteering is a problem. At some point, I volunteer for the things that I like to do. Going to a civic association month after month, seeing the same people talking about the same thing, it gets boring and it gets old, but my hat's off to those individuals that actually live on that neighborhood and have no other alternative but to do something that's best for that neighborhood, and those are the people that I want to support.
Okay.
The people that live somewhere else and they want to come here because it's convenient, because they're doing somebody else's bidding, those are the people that I want to make sure that they can do what they need to do, what they want to do. But I want to make sure that those people don't get the funding from our taxpayers' money in order to do that.
Okay,
So I just need support from 3 to 4 people.
I support it.
Okay, thank you.
Just let's round out the discussion of this. I think you have support, Peter, but let's go to Commissioner Gruber and then Shuham.
No, I just, the couple questions, like, so if there's one person from an association and the whole association gets penalized?
Board member or officer.
They don't, if you have a director from the association that doesn't live in that district, never mind the neighborhood, we're talking people that don't live in the district where they claim to represent those issues. None of the issues that they bring up had to do from that particular area, but the only reason that they exist there is to be a thorn on somebody else's side. Those are the people that I don't think that we should reward.
I agree with you on that. But I'm just thinking of situations, well, District 4 doesn't really have many civic associations. We have Play on Estates and Driftwood, but say, for example, when Emerald Hills had an association, and the way the north side of Sterling is very wonky, like some of the streets are Dania, some are Fort Lauderdale, I could see somebody living on one of those streets that feels like they're living in Emerald Hills, wanting to participate. It's an association, doesn't exist, but we're just pretending here.
They're welcome to.
In that example, all they need to do is describe their civic association as encompassing those other areas of Hollywood.
That's it.
Let's just call it Greater Emerald Hills Civic Association.
Got it. And then aren't there some associations that in their bylaws don't allow for people that don't live there, and some that do allow? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
So maybe I wouldn't want to go against the bylaws of a civic association.
We're not. And that's the
Right.
reason why we're allowing for them to have their own bylaws. And their bylaws could say anyone from anywhere could be a director, could be a president, and you can do that.
And then they just don't get funding
They
from
just
the
don't get funded from, they can participate on the pen. They just don't get the benefit of the funding. And the reason that I say that is because there has been association that for years now have been violating their own bylaws by doing that. When I brought this to fruition, they changed their bylaws. And I'm okay with that. Just don't be cynical where you can pick and choose what you're going to do. Just if you want to have other people, and by the way, I get some of the issues that were brought up where people actually doing more online time and time, and that makes it easier for them to reach out a greater. Nobody's talking about the participation. We're talking about the core person of the association, the civic association. Should be from the neighborhood that they're representing.
I agree with you on that.
And that's what I'm looking for support to do. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Shuham, go ahead.
So I think my concerns were just expressed by Commissioner Gruber, and that is we should not get involved in the decisions by an association. So if their bylaws say one thing, then that's up to them, who they elect, how long their terms are, whatever. I would hate for Allison or whomever on our staff to have to police these associations. At the same time, I hear what you're saying, but I think that the avenue to accomplish your concern is to not police who's on a board of a private association. The avenue is to better police what the $1,000 is being used for. Let me finish, please. These are private organizations, and they are deciding who they want to be on their board themselves. I can tell you on the east side of town, we have a lot of snowbirds. Florida may not even be their permanent address. In an analogous situation in my condo, which is very similar to a civic association, our president lives in Kentucky. She's the best president in the world. So I wouldn't want to deny someone the opportunity to be the president of the Hollywood Lake Civic Association. Maybe their parents, grandparents, and children live there, but they happen to be a resident of another town. Why would we deny them a $1,000 grant? But I don't disagree that the $1,000 grant needs to be utilized for the betterment of the Civic Association. I'm not sure what happened that you're concerned with how that money's being used. But I don't think the city should inject itself into the operation of a private organization. I don't think we should put our staff in the position of having to monitor private organizations. And I just feel like it's the money that we are controlling, that the burden is on us to make sure that the $1,000 is not being abused or misused. I don't disagree with that at all. But to say to I would hate for the East Coast ones to not be allowed to get $1,000 because one of their board members doesn't live permanently in Hollywood. That happens a lot on the east side of town. So I don't really understand that. I don't see this as solving the concern. To me, solving the concern comes with better, and I don't want to say better because I'm assuming we're doing it already. Before they get the $1,000, we get receipts, we are monitoring that. So as long as they're spending their $1,000 on their membership or something that their association's doing, what do we care? Well, let the person live on the moon. The association, the people that are members are electing them. Let the association decide if Mrs. Smith, who lives in Kentucky, shouldn't be their president. That's not up to us. What's up to us is to make sure the money that that association is getting is spent as this city and this commission decides that money is appropriately spent. And I'm assuming, Adam, you're nodding, we're asking for receipts before we're reimbursing. And I think that's the limit that I feel comfortable injecting us in the business of these associations. Thank you.
All right, well, that's an opinion. Everybody has an opinion on this. Peter, you asked for support on this particular concept.
Yeah.
Commissioner Biederman, hold on. I didn't see you in the queue. I usually. Hold on. My computer's not telling me, and now the picture thing has gotten smaller. Hold on. You're on.
So I'm not a smooth talker, obviously, but my concern is how could you pretend to represent the best interests of a neighborhood if you don't live there? That's why we have single-member districts in the city of Hollywood, so that a commissioner that is elected by thousands of people to represent a section of the city has to live and be elected from that part of the city. So neighborhood associations should live up to the same standards of having somebody that is running that association, living in that neighborhood to represent those people, whether they're elected by 5 people or 75 people. That being said, even the PTAs have term limits. So I think that if we can't dictate what association does, but he who holds the gold makes the rules. And if we're going to support an association for capacity building, they should be living up to the standard that we set as a city body. So I totally agree with Commissioner Hernandez on this particular issue of making sure that our neighborhoods, our residents that we are elected to represent are represented on a local level by the people that live there.
Thank you.
And that they live there too.
Thank you. So,
all right, I
Adam,
think we're done on this.
I believe we have support.
We have support, yes. Anyone, just raise your hand real quick if we support this so there's a count. All right. All right. Let's go ahead to.
Now do we have support for term limits?
You know, I don't disagree with.
It doesn't have to be 1 term, 2 terms. It could be a certain set of terms so that you don't have that there's no bullying involved, because whether you get 5 people or 50 people showing up, they're just going to vote for whoever's there because they're not going to go against the grain. And if they don't like the person that's there, they're not going to show up anymore, which is also the case. A lot of people say, I'm not going to that meeting because I don't like that person. They don't represent my interest. Why bother showing up?
Let's see how this one works out first.
I don't.
Well, if they're going to bring back a change to Penn,
Correct.
Let them bring back multiple changes. And if it gets voted on or gets line itemed out, it could get line itemed out.
I tell you that there's associations in my neighborhood where I used to live that you wouldn't be able to have an association if you have term limits because of the same issue, because of the fact that people are not willing to participate.
I understand
Having
but
said
that's
that,
because they don't have problems.
you
know?
Well,
everybody's
sometimes
you got problems.
I think with the age of information and social media and all that, and maybe that civic associations served the purpose years ago to be a conduit and sharing information, a point where you can get information. Now that you can get it directly from the city through email, through social media and all that, a lot, and it depends, and also if they feel connected to their commissioner or their mayor, maybe some people don't participate because they feel like they're up to date. And maybe that's some of the reason why. And so, in any case, I think we do need to draw the line at our involvement and the management of the civic associations. And I think we have to admit that while maybe there is a level of discomfort with people voting for a new president, of a civic association when there's the same one is asking, a lot of times they do it in a closed ballot fashion. And they do, elect themselves or re-elect officers and directors. They do it in a democratic way. And so I understand your point, Commissioner Biederman. I think it's healthy to have term limits. We have them here. But I do think we do need to draw the line. And given that they do close ballot, have elections every 2 years or whatever they have, I think they can self-govern in that respect. So I say we draw the line somewhere, and I don't think we need to impose the term limit, even though I agree with the spirit. Commissioner Kaleri on that, go ahead.
So I think, again, I'm going to go back to my original statement. I think that, we initiated this PEN program for civic engagement and as an incentive. But with that comes burdens and issues. So just do away with the incentive. That would be my answer, because I don't think we need to control people. I don't think that we need to dictate bylaws. I don't think we need to dictate term limits. This has been going on longer than any of us sitting up here. So when you dangle a carrot, sometimes you get a lot of other problems. So I would just say, my suggestion is I'm in support, but listening to everybody's comments, just do away with the funding.
Well, let me ask
Do away
you,
with the PEN program. Let the civic associations go back to how they were running, and that eliminates the bureaucracy nonsense of us dictating or us controlling or us saying what should be.
we're not trying to dictate anything, and that was one of the, by the way, no one had fought harder for their independence than Allison and Adam, by the way. And this is the compromise of something like this, because you wouldn't want to penalize somebody who's doing the right thing all of the time. And that's what would happen if we do away with the incentives. So,
But Peter, can I say something though?
Yeah.
Can I just say something to that? You have some civic associations.
I'm sorry, let me collect you
You
here.
have some civic associations in your district that refuse to join the PEN
correct.
and that are still running
Yeah,
themselves.
and so they'll have no effect on this whatsoever. And the reason why they refuse to join the PEN is because how political the PEN has become.
Correct.
And how
That's why I said get
controlling.
away with it.
No, I understand. I wasn't trying to kill the program. I was just trying to stop the incentive for people that have become, as you said.
Preserve the integrity of the representation.
Exactly. And that's what I'm looking for, because maybe that individual that doesn't want to join the PEN will probably join the PEN now if it's a clean, they would see it that is representation from the neighborhood that they're actually working with. And that's not the case. So let's see what Adam, when he brings it back, and then at that point, we'll have more of a discussion. Otherwise, we will be here past 5 o'clock when it comes
Now,
to
well,
this.
that item is completed. You have support for the
Thank you.
for the residency requirement for officers and board members. But Commissioner Biederman, I feel like there's not support for the term limits. The commission doesn't want to go that far, is the sense I get.
And all I wanted to talk about was some of the things that are happening in downtown. And I don't know if I need your support for this or not, but I just want, if nothing else, to bring it clear to you. One of the things that we're doing at the CRA that we talked earlier was to look for another consulting firm to tell us what we need in the downtown or not. Rather than to do something like that, if you guys are okay with it, and staff could draft it, I could draft it, allow me to do a letter from the district commissioner to the new residents that are coming into the area and ask him for them to be able to do some kind of survey so they can tell us what they would like to see in the downtown area to see if we can fill in some of those vacancies. Would you guys be okay with something like that? And all of us can participate on that letter if you guys want. It could come from you, Mayor, but I think that if we're going to have that many new residents coming into the area, we should be asking them what they would like to see in the downtown, and maybe we can have a business that would last longer than 6 months in the downtown area. Are you guys okay with something like that?
I would just say that, if you're talking about, and all existing residents, anywhere where the city can do it, I'm just thinking as you proffer the good idea, say if you live in one of the multifamily buildings and there's a room where you get the mail, there ought to be like a display, like a poster, a small one, whatever, that has a QR code and say, help with survey, got ideas for downtown Hollywood, city wants your feedback, and they have a QR code, something like that. And plus, I would love direct also, but I think we need to cover it in all angles because we want to get the feedback, and I'd love it. It's a great idea.
Thank you. By the way, it wasn't my idea. It was one of my residents that says, why don't you try this? And I said, I'll bring it up. I liked it. I was planning on doing it, but I'd like to have the support from you guys as well. You just brought up another point. I'm sorry?
Yeah. Commissioner Bierman?
The city does surveys all the time. I love the idea. I agree. But there needs to be more of an incentive. And I'm thinking that maybe we could do, sponsored by one of the businesses in downtown, a $100 gift card or something like that. And you draw one a week for people that are submitting their surveys. This way it encourages them to submit surveys and it promotes those businesses that are donating gift cards.
There's that carrot again. I like that. But here's one thing that the mayor just touched up on. Sometimes our CMed produces a flyer, digital flyer, but it doesn't get printed. In other words, I wouldn't be able to put it on some of those buildings. And there are some businesses that would love to be able to have those flyers printed in order for them to put on their window. Hispanic population throughout the city like seeing things. And I would ask if at some point, if we could actually, whenever they design a digital flyer, and if we request it for that flyer to be printed in order for us to take that to the businesses. Is that something that?
100%.
Okay. So you guys, anybody taking notes on this thing? No, I'm just saying. Okay, thank you. So we do have support.
Listen, I'll put it in a Tuesday.
Well, no, but we have support for something like this. For example, some of the things that are happening, Miramar Bakery, which is in Hollywood, they would love to be able to see some of the Salsa Fest out west that we had. We didn't have the ability to do that. If they wanted to, they would have to print it themselves. We as a city need to be able to promote ourselves, that's all. And that's all, Mayor, and thank you all for your support.
All right. Let's go to Vice Mayor Coleri with anything or wave.
Fat chance. Just I want to say, in addition to what the mayor had mentioned, attending the vanilla coffee and pastry ribbon cutting on Hollywood Boulevard and the Circle was quite extraordinary. It was a beautiful little place. So if you get the opportunity to go, the pastries look amazing. We got some free tastes and wow. No, I'm not me. No. Oh, yeah. If you're, that wasn't me. That was him. I had the honor of attending on behalf of the city, the Italian American Club event on Saturday night and provided them with a proclamation. It was a great attendance. I wish I could have stayed, but I had to rush off to work. But they were very welcoming and very excited that the city recognized them. So thank you for allowing me to provide that proclamation, Commissioner Hernandez and Mayor. I'm going to sound like a broken record about Stan Goldman Park, but thank you, Ricky, for getting this pavilion or awning up and going in the next week or two. But parking still remains a very big issue. It's a very busy park. We build it and they have come, and now we have an issue. It is. They did a survey the other day about where's the best place to go pickleballing, and it was Stan Goldman Park. But the concern is parking and traffic. So, I know there are a lot of opportunities. Some are more costly than others, but there's a lot of suggestions that have been made, and we do need to do something because it is a big problem, and people love the park, and we don't want them to leave. So I am just putting that back out there for opportunities. We talked earlier about Sunset and the costs, and as time goes by, costs continue to increase. And as we know, the cost for a parking spot is extremely expensive, but we have to do something. Just so that everyone knows, North Central Civic Association is meeting this coming Tuesday. Unfortunately, the commission, majority of us will be out of town fighting the good fight up at the state level. But anyone who is interested in attending, please do so. It'll be at the Rotary Park. At the Armory at 7 o'clock it starts, and there will be a little time to memorialize our friend Karen Caputo. And so please, if you have the opportunity, residents that are out there or any staff, to stop by. There'll be some pastries and some coffee and some kind words. And then we will be finalizing, working with Ms. Antrican, the president of the North Civic Association, some type of memorial in the near future, and we'll keep you all posted. But thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Shuham?
I'm sorry, I forgot one thing. Friday night, I just wanted to extend appreciation to park staff, also HPD, fire, everybody who was out there. We had a beautiful event at the MLK Center for MLK Junior Holiday, and not very well attended, unfortunately. Maybe people thought it was going to be colder than it was because it was gorgeous outside, but staff did a beautiful job. Once again, the music was amazing. They had the Junkanoo dancers, and I just forgot to mention that. So shout out to Ricky and his team for yet another great park event. Thank you.
Commissioner Caleri.
I'm sorry, I forgot. Everyone just received an email, so I just wanted to bring it up. So there is a vacancy on the MPO, and we had MPO here earlier. And so there was a letter that was submitted to all of us. I don't know if we can, if y'all can take a look at it. But Tom Lander was on the board, and he recommended Alex Riccio to take on his spot. I don't know if we have what we have to do for that to happen, because it is a vacancy and it needs to be filled, and there is
Where?
for the MPO for for outside citizen TAC, yeah. And there's a request by a resident to see if he can participate by recommendation.
And that's our appointment here? All right, well, I'm happy, I mean, and Tom has basically terminated his role?
I don't know if he terminated or
He's ready
resigned,
to-
Carol?
Okay,
Excuse me, Mayor, can,
yeah.
Yeah, I think as of the end of the year, I'm not sure, but I'm also not sure with the appointment. Is it something like a long, long time ago we appointed Tom? It was before my time. You remember? Okay, so the emails from Alex
a long time
Riccio, it's been a long time.
Alex is willing?
Yeah, so I
Sent a letter requesting on his behalf from Tom. I guess Tom reached out to him, so I'd like to make a motion to appoint Alex Riccio.
I'll
to
second
yeah.
that.
Okay.
All right, why don't we all take a vote right now, and if there's a supermajority, we can just save time and have it done now. So the motion on the floor is to appoint Alex Riccio to take the place of Tom Lander as a citizen appointee of the City Commission for the Broward MPO Citizen Committee or role that Tom was serving. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the item carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, Alex, we're putting you to work. Thank you. All right. Let's, Vice Mayor, anything else?
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Commissioner Gruber.
Thank you. Wanted to mention about the Battle of the Badges coming up February 21st. That's at Cavalry Chapel in Fort Lauderdale. February 21st at 9 a.m. I think, Mayor, you and I and some other people attended that Battle of the Badges a couple years ago.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. I hear, so our police and fire are going to be competing in it. I hear we're the favorite. Be a few weeks out, so
I'm not competing in the donut run contest anymore.
That's right. That's when that was. So that's always a fun time. We'll be battling against Lauderhill Police, Houndale Police, Sunrise Police. So 5 different teams. Just wanted to quickly chime in on the topic before with Sunset and Orangebrook. We kind of talked about it for a while, but just my opinion on it is things are also a lot about perspective. And I know it seemed to take a negative tone that we were taking money away from Orangebrook, but I look at it in a different way. If we didn't have a P3 to come in and take care of Orangebrook, none of that's happening. So, I don't look at it like, oh, Commissioner Quintana, it's in your, no, I'm saying I don't look at it like it's your district and people are going to be looking at you. I have tons of people that play golf, and if that falls through in Orangebrook, they're going to be looking at me just the same. I don't look at any of those spots as it's in a certain district. Sunset, Hollywood Beach Golf Course, Orangebrook, to me, that's my district, your district, everyone's district, because those are amenities to the residents. So I won't sit back and watch that fall through, So, yeah, you're welcome. Moving on to a few residents had reached out to me for in Maribyrnong Galanti Park and I think, Ricky,
Fountain working?
No, that's next. Hold on. So let's go to one other thing first. Then I have a question about the fountain. Ricky, I think I emailed you. It was about possibly a little dog park there on the passive end. If we could do something, if we can talk about that after this, if that's even possible. I think there's room. I went and looked at it, so that would be great. The splash pad, if someone can let me know, the water meter is the issue. It's not open yet. The grand opening's been put off already a couple months. Do we know what the deal is with the water meter? Like, is it
All right,
done
Alex.
soon?
Tell us what's going on with the
Yes.
splash pad. It's much awaited.
I'm getting to practice.
At least the grand opening will be done in warmer weather. Yeah.
So apparently the contractor thought that the water meter needed to go underground, and a 3-inch water meter cannot go underground, it has to be above ground. So we were going back and forth with him. So now he has to buy the meter, so there's a lead time. So it looks like it's gonna be another 2 to 3 weeks.
2 to 3 weeks and that the water gets turned on?
But for now, we are moving the fence and all that.
Yes. Thank you, Raylan. I had reached out because the Jewish schools have their break this week, so it's very utilized this week, and everything was fenced off, all the pavilions and all the basketball courts, and you guys quickly removed those fences, so it's only the splash pad. So much appreciated. The residents have thanked me for that as well. So, all right, so 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah,
All right, can't wait.
keep you posted.
Yep. Commissioner Biederman had mentioned it earlier this morning, but I went to Salsa Fest West at Boulevard Heights Community Center. It was probably the best attended one yet. I mean, it was packed, beautiful to see. So that was great. Commissioner Quintana, you mentioned Party on the J. That should be a good time. It was really nice last year, and this year should be even better. February 1st, noon to 4. And lastly, just if it's possible, and I brought this up probably a couple years ago, the median on 46th Avenue, the low end of it. I know the grass doesn't grow that well, but if it's possible to do a little lipstick and rouge on that, possibly the curbing, which is a very faded yellow, if it's possible to repaint it. I'm getting a lot of calls from residents asking if we can spruce that up. And that's it. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Gruber. So, speaking about parks, I was approached by a local teacher who's involved with a nonprofit that works with Rohan Marley as well. And their nonprofit endeavor involves fundraising on their side and installing skateboard park amenities in different city parks around the country. So the local teacher had reached out to me, and I'm going to forward their interest to the Parks Department, just letting all the commissioners know. It could be great if they can raise dollars. And Ricky, as I thought about where, because I know that the Boulevard Heights skate park is getting its improvements done, and even that would have been perfect for what they want to do to consolidate things like with soccer, because Ro Marley is all involved with soccer and things like that. They understand that there already is an improvement coming to Boulevard Heights Community Center and the skate park there. And so I don't know if, and I'll forward you the email, Ricky, but maybe we could look at our parks master plan, see where there was other demand for, skateboard park amenities, and hopefully we'll find a park or a school board property that is geographically, well positioned to have some skateboard ramp amenities donated for. It could be, areas that have the size of 2 tennis courts already paved to make things easy, or Driftwood. So I'm saying this out loud because I'm saying this out loud so that we can all sort of brainstorm on where with proper proximity versus the other skateboard parks could there be space. So I'm gonna forward where? Jefferson Park. Yeah, that could be good. Yeah, anywhere really. I mean, if there's more than one, then we can point to them to a more than one scenario. So sharing that out loud so that everyone listening and yourselves, Ricky, we can all hopefully guide this nonprofit as to where there could be an opportunity in Hollywood, or else, of course, they'll want to continue elsewhere. But we'd love to have contributions here. It's obviously, there's a lot of demand for skateboard activity because we see it at Stan Goldman and Justice Park. It's been real great. I was excited to see a flyer in the lobby here that is anticipating the beginning of the street lighting improvements on Johnson Street in the vicinity of Memorial Regional and heading east. So, if City Manager, if there could be an update on that project, I was really excited because it's fallen off the radar because of its engineering time and things of that nature. But really excited if that's going to take place sometime soon. Yes, there are some exciting opportunities for activity this weekend. Hollywood Pride is on Saturday as well. I think it begins at 1 p.m. till about 10 at the Arts Park this year. The council and Jeff Oliverio and folks have been really hard at work to produce another real quality event as they do each year. So look out for that. And lastly, I want to invite anyone that would like to know where we are in the city of Hollywood, what we have planned for the future, kind of reflect a little bit on the year past, and of course, look at the year going forward and at the year ahead, the years plural ahead and decades ahead. Feel free to join the presentation of the State of the City. It's tomorrow night, Thursday, at 6 p.m. at the Development Services Building, which is the second floor of the Hollywood Branch Library right here at City Hall Circle. That'll be a presentation for the public, of course, no charge. It'll start with some refreshments at 6 p.m. and then we'll get into the presentation. And for other folks, you might be attending the Chamber of Commerce presentation where I'll be presenting the State of the City at their luncheon tomorrow at the Diplomat. So there's two opportunities. One is at the Chamber's luncheon and one is, of course, here hosted by the city. So I'm excited that we have that added opportunity tomorrow night and eager to see participation and attendance there, and we'll know what to do for next year if we see we have a lot of interest and a good sense of excitement. City Attorney.
Thank you so much. I am extremely excited to announce that we have filled the Deputy City Attorney position. Kim Phan, who has been in our office for the past several years. Kim's here.
All right, Kim.
Kim has been an integral part of our office and has been a massive support to me in the past several months. And as I was filling the interim position and afterwards when we were looking, we made sure to do a very thorough search and we were very happy to find that we had the perfect candidate in-house. So thank you all. Kim comes to us prior to this from the city of Delray Beach, where she was counsel for the CRA there. And prior to that, she was at the Palm Beach County Attorney's Office, where she worked in litigation and did some transactional work there as well. So she has a wealth of governmental knowledge, and if she wants to say a few words, I'd appreciate it.
Please do.
Well, I want to say that I'm very, very honored to be selected for this position, and I look forward to continuing to serve the city in an expanded role. And I look forward to working more closely with each one of you going forward.
Thank you, Kim. Well, it's a big and important position. Thank you. And welcome to the new position. Javon reminded me that I failed to mention something exciting that's going on in Hollywood. So the City Parks Department had teamed up with Guzzo Fitness to host a free community Saturday morning beach boot camp fitness program, free to the community. It's every Saturday at 10 a.m. It's, I think, I've got about 6 more weeks left in this 8-week program to get fit in over 8 weeks. And so there's been a lot of great participation. Ricky, Javon, I think over about 50 people have been coming, and it's really a beautiful, I think, a way that the city can create fitness opportunities for our residents in a way that has minimal cost to the city and yet has a lot of great return in terms of the camaraderie and the recreational spirit that it brings through, and of course the fitness. I haven't been able to attend because I've had other obligations over the past couple Saturdays, but looking forward to joining in myself and getting on the sand. You know, barefoot. It's for all ages, all fitness levels, and great camaraderie and great energy. So it's at Charnow Park on the sand, right across from Garfield Street. You'll come at Saturday mornings at 10 a.m. and get some fitness, and then maybe go have a healthy breakfast or continue, with some steps on the Broadwalk or jump in the ocean if the weather's good. So it leads to a beautiful day and a great feeling on a Saturday morning. So just an invitation for all of that. Great work on parks on getting the word out on that. All right. City Manager, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I just want to reflect back on the item on the Waste Pro contract. Appreciate Mr. Rivera's comments, but what a difference a year or two makes, and certainly from the initiation of the contract several years ago. And I just want to recognize Assistant City Managers Yvonne Douglas, Public Works Director, Joseph Kroll, and Tony Taru, the Environmental Services Manager, all more recent additions than from the initiation of the contract, and the excellent job they've brought it from where it was to where it is now. So, and obviously we have a few years left on that contract, but what a much better place to work from towards the renewal or opening competition on that contract from where it was before. So thank you all very much on that. Number of the other items I was going to mention, you've already covered. The only other thing I just wanted to say for the record, and not to be repetitive, but the same goes for the city commission, the city and the city manager position, that my letter to the commission effective on my resignation March 31st, just so that's part of the record. And there we go again. Other than that, that concludes my comments. Thank you. Yeah. No, but I'm sure we'll have plenty of citizens' comments.
I would invite if there was anything else to highlight, but I know we're all here, and it would have been covered on the city manager's executive report if he would have wanted to share anything specific. So we're going to take a recess, and we'll come back at 5 p.m. for citizen comments, ladies and gentlemen. The city clerk will pass me the speaker cards. All right. Thank you so much. First card is Mr. Michael Seltzer. Don't go too far, Michael. Followed by Elaine Kuzer.
Thank you. I came here for one reason, but I was listening to the meeting and what was going on, so I have a few other comments. As far as the problem or you think there might be a problem with the developer you have is actually terrific, because today I'm a commercial realtor and he has a fabulous reputation. That being said, I was involved in 3 of these processes in other cities, and you're all afraid to ask the developer for substantial upfront money so they don't walk away. Because I know the people that I'm dealing with are actually laughing to themselves because they get this opportunity after they win this process to develop this land, and they don't pay anybody anything. And until they have a development agreement with the city, they really have no skin in the game. So if you ever do it again, whoever you give it to, or when you start, should understand that if, for example, the deal is $10 million, when they win, they give you a check for $3.5 million, so they're not going anywhere. And that should be in the bylaws or however you do it. As far as the downtown problem, and years ago, I used to come here to that cafe or chocolate or something, and the place was packed. There's a sucking wind here called Dania Point, and I think it's pulling all of your customers from downtown. And the only restaurant, well, I was in the restaurant business for 45 years, and I was the sucking wind, pulling customers from everybody else, because I had something better than anybody else. Here, the only restaurant that's doing any business is, I think, Twin Oaks or Twin Peaks or something, and I don't even know if it's...
There are others, but keep going.
Well, when I pass by or when I eat on the street, they are always busy. The other ones I wouldn't consider busy, and I don't know how to help you because free parking isn't going to help it. You need a draw, someone that's going to come and bring the crowds.
Anchors.
Anchor is a good word. A draw is another word. I was approached when I was in business by Simon Properties, and I forget how it happened, but I got a 25-year lease from them with no increases because they wanted me as a draw. Stupid me, I was excited until they brought in all the box stores off of me creating crowds. And I should have gotten a piece of that action also, but I was too stupid then. But in any case, doesn't matter. As far as the $42 million for the cost of whatever that thing is, I heard I was sick to my stomach listening to $42 million. But I heard some interesting things. I heard about a pickleball court that's busy. I heard about the bike thing. Why don't you give them their water retention there, put a pickleball court there and the bike thing there, pave over all the contaminants, and you might have a terrific thing there, and you don't have to spend $42 million on that.
Thank you, Michael. Your time is up.
I didn't get to what I wanted to.
Apologize. I have to be fair to everyone, and because we restricted to 3 minutes. If you could send us an email, I apologize. We try to keep it. Yeah.
I'll come back next time and I'll tell
My
you.
apologies.
But kudos to the city lawyer.
All right. Elaine Kuzer, followed by Chris Albertelli.
Okay, I was going to address the parking again, just to be it's on record. Peter Hernandez told me there is a grant program in place to create parking. However, I believe that's what he said. He thought there was, but I just want to make sure that you don't have to get windstorm insurance in order to put parking in your backyard, because I go commando and I don't want to pay for windstorm. But after all this discussion about the parks in the city, I want to bring up the John B. Kuzer Park on Polk Street. When it was originally created in 1990, because it was such a small little park, they included the John B. Kuzer Park and exercise trail, which encompassed the whole exterior of the golf course. Through the years, that deteriorated. They yanked the equipment. Now and because nobody cared, because nobody was into exercise. Well, now it looks like we're into an exercise kick, and I want to propose bringing back the original John B. Kuser Park and exercise trail. And also, because of the development and the trees taken down, there's no shade on that poor playground for the children. So that is not safe either, because they're exposed to the sunlight. So that's my comments. I want to do parking in my alleys, so I'm not a pain in the ass to you people anymore, but I want you to help me do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. I just want to add regarding the exercise equipment that through a partnership with Memorial Healthcare System, we're installing a Memorial Fitness Zone at the Arts Park, just steps away from Hollywood Beach Golf, and it's going to be a beautiful fitness zone with all the equipment, making you aware of it.
Okay, but I still want the original John B. Kuser Park and exercise trail that was dedicated, and John B. Kuser Day was proclaimed September 23rd, 1990 in his memory. And so to protect his memory as a great steward of the city, I would like to have his exercise trail brought back. Thank you.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, what I told her wasn't to create parking, but to install a driveway, which in essence is the same thing, but I don't want people to misconstrue what I've said to you. And what I said to Elaine was, the department's required windstorm insurance, which is the biggest issue with her if she acquires or asks for a grant regarding the investment that the department makes in the house, windows, roof, and stuff like that. If they actually require windstorm insurance regarding a driveway, that may be something that we may need to revisit, because that doesn't make any sense. A driveway doesn't go away, doesn't get affected because of a storm. She brought up good points, and I told her, bring the points up, because we learned as a body whenever somebody brings something up. And this is something that Commissioner Biederman would just look at me and say, yeah, if you ask for a grant from the city, they require you to have windstorm insurance. But if the only thing that they're asking for is for a driveway, I think we should revisit that as a body to see if we can waive the windstorm requirements. Thank you for bringing it up.
I agree. Is there support right now to just do a real quick motion to change the requirement to exclude windstorm coverage requirements for driveway improvements? I think we can have a supermajority right here and now. So,
Support
make a
something
motion,
like that.
Peter.
Make a motion that we waive the windstorm requirements if the only thing required for a grant or a loan from the department is a driveway.
There's a second, please. We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Commissioner Stroh?
I would just ask that we not do it as a supermajority right now, give staff an opportunity to look at it. There could be other examples, and unless, we need this tomorrow, which I don't think we do, let's just give staff an opportunity. There may be other things that we can simplify the process for as well. So I'd rather it come back on the agenda.
I gotcha. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing. Item carries 6-1. Thank you so much. All right, that's done.
Excuse me, Mayor, who's opposed?
Quintana. 5-2. Yeah. All right, let's go to Chris Albertelli.
Good evening, everyone. Again, I'm here for the same reason that I will continue to be coming back and speaking with all of you about the 5G pole placed outside my home in Highland Gardens. Earlier, I was watching in the CRA meeting that there was a discussion about Trafalgar flooding right on A1A or Ocean Drive, and that Carol, Peter, and Josh all had very meaningful comments about that and how to use code enforcement for contractor cooperation. I couldn't agree more. We should definitely be using our enforcement opportunities to get the cooperation we need in the community from the contractors who are abusing the city. And if you're not doing that in the case with my home, that is selective enforcement. So we are excluded from that provision. So in addition, recently I spoke with some other civic associations about the permit being expired. Peter was at that meeting. There's a permit that is expired at my home when they did the installation of the 5G pole. Peter advised us to do more research because this could have been extended due to a declaration of emergency in Florida. If it was, I just want to see proof that it was extended with the proper procedure and the documentation to show that this was applied for and approved in writing. We don't have any of that proof. Nothing's been provided. Additionally, I see that there is some type of works in the process to evaluate the RF exposure at my property, and it's money that the city really doesn't need to be spending if there was thoughtful oversight and in advance of installations like this approaching homes and ruining lives. So you wouldn't need to spend the money to prove that it's within the FCC limits, which are BS, and that this wouldn't even be necessary. So save your money, just do the good thing in advance of the bad thing. We've also asked for so many written documents and explanations from you in the city, and none of it's been provided, not even really anything. You know, half of it we got was blank. I can print blank forms too if you guys want me to just send you guys blank stuff. I definitely haven't. I'm sending pages and pages, volumes of information to you daily. I love the new logo. I see it behind you guys there. And in the past, I mentioned to Josh that, you know, we can have an alternate slogan as well. You know, Hollywood is the diamond of the Gold Coast with this logo, but it should also have a second name as the diamond mine for abusive developers, contractors, as such, for the easy money that they can extract from our community and nobody around to enforce them from doing the bad and all the harm that they do around the city. So I'll just close with the singular comment that I've mentioned to other staff and may have upset some of the staff, but it's really a question. Are you doing enough for my family and for our problem at the house in Hollywood? It's a nightmare.
Thank you, Chris. All right, Ann Ralston, and then last will be Kat Uden.
Speaking into a new thingy, it's beautiful. And I'm glad to see the Diamond of the Gold Coast is back, but I kind of missed the turtle. All right, on to mine. I apologize. I did not watch most of the commission meeting because I was at a doctor for a change. I caught the tail end of your comments. The MPO position that's appointed by this board should have been open to the public and have been advertised. Maybe I wanted to do it or another citizen wanted to do it. These votes that are being taken, while it's comments that you make that we don't think any vote's going to be on, I've had 3 votes now on it that I can think off the top of my head, and that's not fair to the public if we have something to say about it. So I really wish if you put it up for discussion, put it on the agenda and move from there. Okay, let's get on to Hollywood Beach Golf Course. I would like a realistic date of when this is actually going to be open. I have been told May of 25 when it closed in 24. That obviously didn't happen. Somewhere in November that was iffy of 25, January of 26. Now I'm not sure. And there seems to be rumors flying around. The other thing, you've got dirt bikers and electric bikes on that golf course ripping it up. The city and taxpayers and that bond have spent a lot of money to upgrade that course. Something needs to be looked at, and trespassing signs need to be put up. Those hedges are going to get ruined. I don't know what kind of money's being spent on hedges, but those kids are going to ride right over it. They've been at Echo. I want to thank the police chief. I think that kind of got calmed down a bit. And also, my big beef, you know, is with the Smokey, the cat that's lived only on that golf course. Somebody has not been feeding that cat. And I would go there every day and feed that cat had I known, and now we don't know where that cat is. And I'm sorry, but I was told that that cat was going to be taken care of. The speed humps, apparently I was lied to about the, don't laugh, Kevin, thank you. The speed humps, when I asked why it couldn't have been closer to my alley, I was told that you coming out an alley, you wouldn't be able to see the sign that says there's a speed hump. Go down 22nd Avenue, there's one a foot away from an alley and one maybe 3 to 5 feet away from an intersection. I have only one side of the street, mine, on 14th for the signs. It just looks like overkill for speed signs. And then, last but not least, 2 seconds, luxury apartments is not affordable housing.
Thank you. Kat Uden.
Happy New Year. I want to congratulate the staff again on a really nice centennial celebration. That whole weekend, it was evident that a lot of hard work was put into it, and you were, really prepared for all the crowds. So again, great job on the centennial. There was an older friend of mine who lives in District 2 who I called to see if she wanted to go to the Kool and the Gang celebration and to the documentary. And she said, well, she was intimidated by how to get there, and she would go if she didn't have to drive. So I drove her and, brought a chair for her and everything. But, someone who has limited mobility issues, somebody that's maybe in a wheelchair, older, has difficulty at that venue. And I just think that we can do a better job with ADA there. There's no clearly marked section for ADA for people with wheelchairs. And I noticed that, if somebody who was older, there was a VIP section, I think, set up close to the stage. Personally, I would feel, uncomfortable being in a VIP section if I knew there were people behind me who can't stand for the whole presentation, for the whole night. I just think that it was wrong to have some older people and people in wheelchairs who can't stand for the whole thing have to be behind a VIP section. And I noticed that there was one older person sitting in a chair, which basically was behind the VIP section, in front of the grass, and it's basically where, an emergency lane would be. So if there had to be an evacuation, they would be in the way of an evacuation. So I think we can take another look at that and just consult next time, with any park, how are we going to accommodate people who have limited mobility issues? We have a, aging population, a lot of retirees, and we should just take them into consideration. And there are things that can be done there that can make it more ADA compliant. The whole time she was watching Kool and the Gang, again, wonderful band. We had a lot of fun, a lot of songs that I just totally forgot about until that night. But, the only way that she could view it was watching the phones of the people who were standing in front of her. So again, I think we need to do a better job of that. But other than that, I just wanted to congratulate the staff and, we take pride in our parks. We have the Diamond of the Gold Coast. We need to think a lot about our parks, what we put into it. I would encourage any residents that are listening to join the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee that I did serve on for a number of years as chair, to put comments into how to make those parks better. And this doesn't only go for the downtown. When I was speaking with a person who does disability rights consulting, he was also talking about the downtown. So when we remodel Harrison Street and places like that, how are people able to park? Are there bollards in the way of those handicapped spaces? The same person said he goes to a hairdresser on Harrison Street. He doesn't know how he's going to park there after that it's going to be moved far away. So just to take other people with disabilities into consideration when you're doing your design. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes citizen comments, everyone. It concludes the business before the City Commission today, and we will see you tomorrow, if you're interested, at the State of the City address, 6 p.m. here at City Hall Circle. Thank you all.